Political Science, Minhaj University, Lahore, to our first international conference. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Yasir Khan to please join us on stage.
Now I would like to request the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University Lahore to join us on stage, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. Please give him a big hand.
Now I request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Lahore, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, to join us on stage. Give him a big hand. Thank you for joining us. Worthy Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, distinguished guests, respected deans, directors, heads, faculty members, scholars, and students. A warm welcome to you to our first international conference titled Navigating Regional Dynamics from Conflict to Cooperation in South Asia. We have distinguished guests from across the globe to engage in discussion on some of the most critical global challenges. It is time to dive deep into these critical issues and work towards impactful solutions. So let's get ready to exchange ideas, share insights, and take decisive actions to address these challenges. The challenges we are going to discuss here are climate change, irregular migration, and counterterrorism.
As scholars committed to addressing global challenges, we feel it's our duty to contribute to their resolution as well. And we cannot achieve this alone. That's why we have brought together a diverse group of people, high-profile guests from politics, renowned think tanks, and international organizations, of course, as well our dear students of Minhaj University Lahore, including you all and everyone here as you are sitting. Together, we look forward to stimulating exchange of ideas and perhaps even some heated discussions. With your expertise and perspectives combined, we are poised to make significant steps towards sustainable solutions.
To start the conference in the name of Allah, may I invite on stage Qari Khalid Hamid Kazmi to recite few verses from Holy Quran. Qari Khalid Hamid Kazmi.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لإيلاف قريش إيلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لإيلاف قريش إيلافهم رحلة الشتاء فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف. فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف. صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. For English translation of these verses, I invite Miss Hafsa Mustafa on stage.
In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. He did this to make the Quraysh feel secure. Secure in their trading journeys of winter and summer. So let them worship the Lord of this house, who has fed them by relieving them from hunger and secured them from fear. Sadaqallahul Azim.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Sarwar Hussain Naqshbandi for Qasida Burda Sharif. Dr. Sarwar Hussain Naqshbandi.
مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم محمد سيد الكونين والفريقين من عرب ومن عجب مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته لكل غول من الأهوال مقتحم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم يا ربي بالمصطفى بلغ مقاصدنا واغفر لنا ما مضى يا واسع الكرم مولاي صل وسلم دائما حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم.
Jazakallah. Please rise for National Anthem of Pakistan.
May I now request our dedicated IT team to play the MUL documentary, please.
Welcome to the journey of turning your professional dreams into reality with Minhaj University, Lahore. Founded by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri in 1986 and being led by the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, a very well-known educationist, philosopher and economist, Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. MUL is a rapidly growing university under the supervision of the Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. It is renowned for its excellence in delivering quality education and conducting innovative researches.
Minhaj University Lahore was founded by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri in 1986 with a vision to produce a generation of great intellectuals and professionals coated in Islamic moral values and love for Pakistan. Here at Minhaj University Lahore, tens of millions of worth of scholarship is annually given to the deserving students. Minhaj University Lahore has a unique features such as research and international collaborations. Here at university, students have access to all national and international e-resources and databases in a very well-equipped libraries and laboratories.
University comprises of 11 faculties, 36 academic schools, 15,000 students, 500 permanent and adjunct faculty, more than 300 PhD faculty members, 11 research centers and publishes 7 research journals.
At our campus, we fully understand and accept the profound significance that lies in attending professionals, conferences, webinars, and conventions. The noble goals of Minhaj University is to conduct in-depth research that leads to a world ruled by the power of knowledge, not biasness and conflicts. Research matters in university affairs, and Minhaj University Lahore is unique. It is unique because it has highly efficient research centers such as Hassan bin Sabit Center for Research in North Literature, the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, and Center for economic planning and development, and then many research journals which are recognized by Higher Education Commission.
We provide a distinguished educational experience for students based on real-life experiences through seminars, educational visits, and guest lectures. Community activities are also arranged to create a positive impact on society. Our legendary faculty is the heart of MUL. Highly qualified national and international faculty is available to mentor, guide, and inspire the students. With us, students enjoy the most safe and diverse culture while learning appreciation, humanity, respect, and ethical norms.
Minhaj University Lahore is wholeheartedly dedicated to provide competency-based education through practical learning and hands-on experience, even job opportunities and internships to its students. The university has been working hard for the promotion of societal norms, for the development of the society, and to contribute to the economic growth of Pakistan. For this purpose, we urge and provide facilities to our students to go for internships, to go for entrepreneurship, and to do the e-commerce related activities. Minhaj University Lahore believes that the universities are engines of advanced knowledge, thoughts, and ideas. And for that purpose, we have 11 research centers, and those research centers published different research reports, periodicals, organized conferences, seminars, and workshops. To achieve zeniths of excellence, we have accomplished a lot and will continue to do so in the coming days.
To increase the scientific, technological, and research thoughts and enhance the practical knowledge of our students, we have various advanced research laboratories, TV, and radio studios. MUL's proud distinction is its Ibn Sina Library, a resource center and modern robotic library. It is a multidisciplinary library designed to meet the reading needs and serve as a reliable source for the university's faculty, students, researchers, and staff. The library has an inquisitive infrastructure, an extensive collection of more than 50,000 printed and 150,000 electronic books, and digital access to HEC databases on various disciplines. Sports enhances social and cultural life by bringing together individuals and communities. To induce the sportsmanship in the students and groom them into good athletic personalities, yearly sports gala, inter-university annual tournaments, and cultural events are organized. Students take refreshing breaks from the studies at our cafeterias, where we serve health-consciously prepared Pakistani and continental meals. Research conferences offer the opportunity to learn from peers, leaders, and research scholars alike, and forge useful connections about the latest research work. Until now, 13 successful research conferences have been conducted by MUL addressing some very crucial topics of prominent fields. At Minhaj University Lahore, we make education more accessible and easier to afford by offering numerous financial aids, fee concessions, and scholarships. Join us to unlock your potentials and be one of the leading professionals of your field.
For a brief introduction to the conference, I'm pleased to invite Dr. Yasir Khan, Head of School of Political Science, to present an overview of the conference.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gayer, and thank you very much for Dr. Sara. Honorable Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Excellencies, Honorable guests, Deans, Directors, Heads of Schools, Faculty members, representatives from various national and international institutions, research scholars, and dear students, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I am Dr. Yasir Khan, Head School of Political Science at Manhaj University, Lahore. The topic of the conference today we will be discussing is about navigating regional dynamics from conflict to cooperation in South Asia. I will give you a little bit brief, more introduction of our university and then a little bit insight of the conference program. Manhaj University is a beautiful purpose-built campus spread over 20 acres. University has 11 faculties, 36 departments, and more than 15,000 students, around 500 plus faculty members. Manhaj University Lahore has established few unique schools such as School of Peace and Counter-Terrorism, School of Religion and Philosophy. Some of international institutions have ranked Manhaj University Lahore as a second in Lahore city and 11th in whole Pakistan out of 200 universities. It has established renowned research centers such as Center for Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, Center for Economic Planning and Development. Recently, Manhaj University has been included in the United Nations Academic Impact. Manhaj University has already established national and international partnership, and it has become now an educational paradise all over Pakistan. Today, we invited guests from all over the world to discuss the burning global challenges with you: climate change, migration, and counter-terrorism. As a scholar, we see it as our duty to contribute to solving these challenges, but we cannot do it alone. We can only do it with you, with our high-profile guests from politics, renowned think tanks, and international organizations. That is why we have invited you. As you are sitting here together with you, we look forward to stimulating exchange and perhaps even heated discussions. Our first panel will focus on what is the greatest global challenge, the climate crisis. The experts are outstanding scientists and representatives of international organizations. They will not only focus on climate crisis as a global challenge, but also ask, what is it doing to us here? How is South Asia particularly affected, and what can we do to mitigate the immediate consequences of climate change here locally? The panel 2 looks at irregular migration and discussions with the experts from international organizations, politics, and science, how international cooperation can actively shape the legal migration. The third panel is definitely worth staying until the afternoon. How should we counter extremism and terrorism here in South Asia? How do we protect civilians not only from radicalization, but also from the unfortunate frequent terrorist attacks? Discussions will include an advisor from the Austrian Armed Forces and politicians from Europe and Asia. The framework is provided by an institution with international spirit, and I wish you an inspiring conference, successful networking, and profitable dialogue. Thank you for spending this day with us.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor for me to invite our Honorable Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, who have achieved a lot. Some of his achievements are, he is youngest professor of economics and senior fellow at University of Melbourne for last 8 years. more than 60 internationally and nationally published books. Some of his books on Islamic economics and finance are included in the curriculum of 72 universities worldwide. He holds a number of renowned awards too, to mention but a few. In February 2024, he was awarded the Ambassador for Peace Award by Universal Peace Federation at United Nations headquarters, Vienna, Austria, for his contribution in the field of peace and interfaith harmony. In September 2019, he was given the Global Islamic Finance Award at Cambridge IFA UK for his scholarly contribution in the field of Islamic economics and finance. I am honored to invite Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri to deliver the keynote address. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you very much. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, honorable and internationally reputed dignitaries, guests, Professor Dr. Warner Fasalaban, Professor Dr. Jonathan, Professor Dr. Haynes Garton, Professor Dr. Afsar Rathore, Professor Dr. Bauman, Secretary General Minhajul Quran International Khurram Nawaz Gandapur, Vice President Minhajul Quran International, retired Brigadier Iqbal Ahmed, other representatives of various national and international organizations, academicians, professors, faculty members, and very dear audience, students of Minhaj University, Lahore, and other universities of Lahore. First of all, I would like to congratulate School of Political Science and School of Peace and Counter-Terrorism Studies of Minhaj University, Lahore, to come together to host such a beautiful conference at the university on a very important and hot topic. So for that, I would like to congratulate Dr. Yasir Khan, Ms. Gayer, Dr. Adil Irfan, and our Dean of Social Sciences for this wonderful effort. And I pray to God for the success of this conference, and I believe the students and participants of this conference will get an opportunity to learn from all these dignitaries and well-qualified, renowned intellectuals and practitioners from all over the world. Dear audience, as the topic of this conference, which covers environmental issues of the region, counter-terrorism, and of course the irregular migration. So all three areas are related to the security of the country, security of the people, and security of the region. So when we talk about the security, so I must say the concept of national security has changed recently a lot. From a national security, it has moved towards human security at large. And that has become a new discussion all over the world in academic circles as well as in practitioners. It is a very broad concept. What is human security, what we are talking about? And my today's talk would be focused on human security, dealing with all these three areas as a challenges for this region and exclusively for Pakistan. The security of people and not just the territory. Human security is security of individuals and not just the nations. Security through development and not just through the arms. Security of people everywhere, in their homes, in their jobs, in their streets, in their communities, and in their environments. Dear audience, the concept of human security is defined as freedom from fear, freedom from want, and life with dignity. Freedom from fear refers to the protection of individuals from direct threats to their safety and physical integrity. Freedom from want refers to the protection of basic needs and economics, social and cultural aspects of life and livelihood. Life with dignity refers to the promotion of an improved quality of life and enhancement of human welfare that permits people to make choices and seek opportunities that empowers them. Dear audience, beyond territorial security, human security focuses on two types of threats. The first is more localized threat, which are particular to different societies and regions and vary by level of development and geographical location. And the second type of threat is a globalized one, which could spill beyond national frontiers. For example, one of the transnational threat, example of a transnational threat could be 9/11 attack in New York, which led to the invasion of Afghanistan by US armed forces. And the second example of a transnational threat could be COVID-19, which was the communicable disease the world has faced. According to Human Development Report 1994, there are 7 specific values which furnishes the concept of human security at large, which are economics, food, health, environment, personal safety, community protection, and political security. If we talk about economic security, so that requires an assured basic income or from government-financed social safety net for the people of the country. Food security requires all people at all times should have both physical and economic access to basic food. Health security requires access to healthcare and service. Environmental security requires a healthy physical environment and security from environmental threats. Personal security requires a protective environment that prevents violence in the society. And community security requires security from oppressive traditional practices and discriminatory practices in any society or country. And political security requires respect for human rights, protection from extra-territorial military exercises or abuse, and from political undue influences in the society. Human security demands human development to start with. This is very important. I want the students to focus on this area. Human security demands human development to start with. The human development concept is concerned first with building human capabilities through investment in people, and secondly, using those capabilities fully through an enabling environment for growth and employment of people. So for human development to take place, economic growth is essential for any country. It may be developing or developed. The link between growth, human development, and security to be created through investment in education. This is very important. Health sector, skill development, job creation, women empowerment, and equitable distribution of assets. When we talk about national security, if we talk about regional security, or peace at large in the world. So it is important to look into human security and not just the security of territories, and not just the security of institutions, not just the security of nation, but every single individual and its security, and all those aspects which are related to the security of that individual. I believe that could be the future, and that is the future of security, not just in this region, but in the world. The link between human rights and human security is equally necessary. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Declaration on the Right to Develop assert the civil and political rights, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights. Human cultural rights constitute an integral part of human security. Human development can enrich people's lives, while human security can protect those lives. Dear audience, if we look at the history from where this concept of human security all started. So the first application in terms of measuring the level of human security was undertaken by UNICEF for selected Asian countries in 2010. And if you look at 2010's Human Security Index, so you find Pakistan has an overall Human Security Index value which is 0.499. And if you can look at the screen, you would have a separate independent heads. What are the figures and values where Pakistan stands according to 2010 Human Security Index? And Pakistan was ranked low at 19th percentile of countries, below Sri Lanka, China, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Turkey, and Vietnam. And if you talk about environmental fabric index, that was low. Social fabric index was low. Peacefulness was quite low on index. Governance was very low on index. Health index, food security, wherever you see. So Pakistan could not score well on that human security index. So when human security index tells you something, so, or the country or a nation cannot provide a proper human security to the individual which forms a nation by coming together. So what we can expect when we talk about national security or regional security? There is a lot of spillover effects which we'll be talking about in the other sections. Dear audience, potentially the greatest threat to lives and property in Pakistan is act of terrorism, which is again a part of this conference, a topic is part of, which started right after 9/11 in the war in Afghanistan, which costed around 80,000 lives with economic loss of over $225 billion. The peak of act of terror was in 2014 after the attack on children in Army Public School. There was a consensus after that on the National Plan Against Terrorism, which was in December 2014, which was very effectively implemented by Pakistan's military, and the movement was called Zarb-e-Azb. At the same time, parallelly, another movement was launched, which was called Zarb-e-Aman, that was launched by Sheikhul Islam, Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri, the patron and chairman board of governors of Minhaj University Lahore and Minhajul Quran International. The movement was called Zarb-e-Aman, which means stroke of peace. And the movement focused on promoting peace and fighting terrorism through ideas and education.
By teaching tolerance and understanding, Zarb-e-Aman worked to decrease extremism and bring people together of all faith. This movement supported the military's action in field by tackling the spread of extremist beliefs and ideas in Pakistani society. Another problem which brings Pakistan really low on Human Security Index is Pakistan's low, its almost default, financial default position because of very low foreign exchange reserves in presence of large external financial requirements for external debt repayment and for financing the current account deficit in the balance of payments. The level of external debt as of end December 2022 stood at 126 billion, which is equivalent to 39% of the total GDP of the country. It has risen sharply from less than 25% of the GDP, which was in 2015 and 16. Another problem which we all face and which is as a topic part of this conference, irregular and illegal migration. All these factors, they come together to make people do such moves which make them lose their lives. Scores of migrant workers lose their lives in attempt to illegally enter in the lands of opportunities that may be in Europe, in other parts of the world. According to various media reports, they suggest at least 20,000 Pakistanis, they have lost their lives in their bid to cross Mediterranean Sea since 2014, in last 10 years. The human smuggling has also become a new human tragedy in this part of the world and in this region. Why? Because human security is at threat. The people cannot get a right employment to fill up their food baskets when the basic needs and necessities are not filled and looked after well by the governments. People take such initiatives to migrate even illegally where they lose their lives. In Pakistan, a national security policy for 2022 to 2026 was announced on 14th of January 2022, which represents a major step forward from traditional notion of security as defense, military preparedness and sovereignty. The focus was announced now that the policy is to take a holistic approach and include human security and well-being of citizens, underlining their pragmatic shift in the emphasis on economic security, promoting equitable economic development, and removing regional disparities. However, this citizen-centric policy is still to be implemented in the country. Dear audience, as we all have understood by now, that the national security depends on human security, and human security depends on human development, and human development depends on national growth. So these all areas are interconnected. You cannot achieve them independently. They all come together as a package. The desired goals for any country can only be achieved through a serious partnership between developing country and developed country. The developed countries, I believe, should come forward to help this country with a lot of potential to achieve the sustainable development goals set by United Nations for social welfare and human development of developing countries, by extending opportunities of training and investment in different trades and sectors. This technical cooperation will not only control illegal migration, but also prevent the youth from falling prey to the exploitation of terrorist groups of this region. A UNICEF report reveals Pakistan is atop the list of countries with a young population in Asia. The population of Pakistan, aged 10 to 24 years, is 64.4 million. Every year, around 1.2 million children are joining the age group of 10 to 24. Almost 50% of Pakistan's population consists of youth, but regrettably, 32.4 million children are still out of schools in this country. Pakistan boasts a youth bulge, which approximately 60% of its population under the age of 30. The demographic representation presents both challenges and opportunities at the same time in Pakistan. Without adequate opportunity for education for this size of youth population, employment and empowerment, this youth cohort become a liability leading to socio-economic instability. However, with the right investment, right type of strategy, these young individuals can become a formidable asset driving innovation, productivity and progress for the country, and not just for the country, but the whole world at large. The repercussion of neglecting Pakistan's youth by the government and by other countries which are associated and related. Youth extend far beyond its border. Neglecting Pakistan's youth extend far beyond its border, which will have an effect on the whole region. A disenfranchised and disillusioned youth population is susceptible to exploitation by extremist elements, becoming a breeding ground for radicalization and violent extremism. This is not only threaten the internal security of Pakistan, but also undermine the regional security and stability as well. As radicalized individuals, groups may seek to export their ideologies and violence across borders, destabilizing the neighboring countries as well as the peace of the world. We have witnessed such incidents in many countries and parts of the world, for example, Afghanistan, where poverty, unemployment, and insecurity are widespread. Extremist groups and warlords exploited the grievances of the population, offering a distorted sense of justice and stability. Similarly, in parts of Africa, this plague was poverty, corruption, and lack of infrastructure. Groups like Boko Haram capitalize on the dissatisfaction and need of the marginalized community, recruiting different youngsters for their cause and promising empowerment to them, and they use them for the violence and other extremist purposes. So if those were such a small size of countries with a very small size of young population, if they can be exploited and used for undue and not so desired and wanted objectives, the bad objectives. So what to talk about a country with 150 million young population and youngsters, if they are not guided on the right track, if they are not provided with the right amount of employment, if they are not driven by the right type of strategy, can we imagine if this 150 million youngsters fall prey under the hand of extremist groups of the region? What will happen not just to the country, not just to the region, but to the world at large? So that's what I said. This huge population is opportunity and challenge at the same time. We can convert into a great opportunity, not just for the country, but the whole world at large. Or if we neglect it, that can turn into a great disappointment and liability, not again for the country, but for the whole region and for the whole world at large. Dear audience, as I mentioned, that these developing countries need a strong partnership by developed countries. Just to give you a little example, what is happening in the region and what the country needs. If we look at India, over the past 5 years, India has received 251 billion in direct foreign investments. In comparison, Pakistan could have only attracted 9.6 billion in direct foreign investment during the same period. You can understand the difference. India has signed a trade agreements with Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland that includes commitment of 100 billion investment in creating 1 million direct jobs in India in the next 15 years, according to the reports. Again, the current British Prime Minister has introduced easy policies for Indians who could come and study in India and in Britain and migrate to Britain. And for educational visas, this year, 148,000 Indians were travel and migrate to Britain only, looking for the opportunity. Whereas Pakistan is unfortunately not enjoying such facilities and support system by various government. I don't blame the governments, other countries. We have to look ourselves, our own policies, our own relations, the level of relationship with these countries, and what we are gaining for our country. Similarly, in IT sector, India has received $98 billion in foreign investment. Additionally, an Indian automobile sector industry has attracted around $34 billion in direct foreign investments. But on the other hand, Pakistan is losing its foreign investment. No infrastructure development. No countries are coming here to invest in the country. So I have a serious concern. What will happen to that 150 million youngsters who are under the age of 30? Will they really fall prey in the hands of extremist groups? Or will they play their role in destabilizing their own country or region, looking for various forms to fill their food baskets? Dear audience, according to European Union report, in next 10 years, only European Union needs around 50 million migrant professionals, labor workers. This is, according to their report, this is what the European Union seriously need. Today, we have a lot of great intellectuals, dignitaries from all over the Europe. I want to attract your attention towards this matter. Europe need this size of a number. So why can't these countries, developed countries, we work with Pakistan, attracting, motivating, inviting these youngsters with a lot of capabilities, with a lot of potentials, by investing in their skills, by investing in their education right from the beginning, by investing in their training, by investing in infrastructure as a direct investment in the country in various industries and sectors of the country, where they could get employment, where they could get right type of training so that they can migrate to all these countries and benefit not just their own country, but all over the world, including Europe. Dear audience, it is not the first time Pakistanis would do or support or help. UK is a great example. I remember in 1960s when UK was developing and UK needed a great support, they invited a lot of great minds from Pakistan, and Pakistanis were there to help them develop their health sector, develop their steel industry, develop their textile industry, develop their engineering sector, and many more areas. That's why today UK's population, Pakistani population, is 1.5 million in 2021. And the mayor of London is Pakistani, and the chief minister of Scotland comes from Pakistan again. Wherever Pakistanis have gone, they have integrated really well with these countries. And I believe Pakistanis and these young population can prove a great asset for all these countries, who will assist them to come and migrate legally and not illegally to their country. There will be a great support for these countries. And I want to come up with a slogan. I want to give those words to the students sitting here. After discussing all that, what Pakistani nation really needs? No loans, no aid. No loans, no aid. Country needs trade. No loan, no aid. Country needs trade. We need trade. We need foreign investments. We don't need loans. We don't need the trap of loans. This will never help the country come out of the crisis. This will never help the country to come out of that repayment cycle. This will eliminate the country from the map if that continues. So we all need to think hard. And as I have mentioned, as a nation, we are looking forward towards our brother nations and countries who can come together not to give loan to Pakistan, but to invest there in skills, to trust the nation, to trust the youngsters of the nation, and we're investing directly in their skills, or maybe not through the governments. We believe if direct investments could be made in education sector, in vocational training sector of the country, in different sectors, industries, there a change, I can expect a great change which can come and change the future of the country. So just in the end, mentioning some of the sectors of cooperation which can bring change in the country and help the youngsters and 60% population of this country. One major sector is education and skill development area. Through universities, a lot of partnerships can be offered by these countries to the universities of Pakistan and to the industries and vocational training institutions of Pakistan. Then entrepreneurship and innovation, financing could be provided to the young entrepreneurs of the country. Financing could be provided for different initiatives and new startups of the country. At the same time, some direct investments in various automobile sector, maybe that could be engineering, agriculture, IT sector, other incubators. Some direct investments are really needed in Pakistan so that we can get get the youngsters, 60% youth of this country, rightly used for the country. And job creation is necessary and must for the country. And this foreign direct investment and technical training support will provide these youngsters with this kind of jobs and employment within the country and abroad by the right type of migration. If we all can sit together and think hard, because this is important, this is not just the matter of Pakistan living 150 million youngsters on their own. Of course, the primary first responsibility lies on the shoulders of the government of that country. But as this world has become a global village, everyone is connected and linked to everyone. So this is important that this whole world, and especially those elder brothers and countries who have done great for their nations and for their countries, it is a time to think hard for Pakistanis and those 150 million youngsters and their future. Because if their future is secure, I believe the security of this region, security of this country, and security of this world is secure. In the end, I would again like to congratulate the Department of Political Science at Minhaj University, Lahore, School of Counterterrorism Studies, and all the organizers for organizing such a beautiful conference at this time of a year. And I would again like to thank all the dignitaries and honorable guests who have joined this conference and Minhaj University from all over the world. I wish you all a good luck for rest of the day and pray that this university, the country, and the world flourishes and achieve the ultimate peace which we all desire and need. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insight. And rightly so, no loan, no aid, just trade. I would like to thank Deputy Chairman Board of Governors, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, and Dr. Yasir Khan, Head School of Political Science. Thank you so much, sir. Please take your seats. Give them a big hand, please. जी sir. जी sir. Shortly, we are starting our first panel discussion. Okay. Our first panel discussion is climate change and regional vulnerabilities in South Asia. The panel will delve into one of the most pressing global issues, the climate crisis, comprised of different distinguished international and national scholars and representatives from international organizations. This panel will not only examine climate crisis as global challenge, but also explore its regional impacts. Our experts will discuss the region's vulnerabilities and offer insights to mitigating the immediate consequences of climate change locally. How is South Asia particularly affected, and what we can do to mitigate the immediate consequences of climate change? I am pleased to invite Professor Dr. Afsar Rathore to join us on stage as moderator. Professor Dr. Afsar Rathore, please give him a big hand. Professor Dr. Afsar Rathore has been the president of LOISOIL. He has recently joined as an adjunct faculty at School of Political Science, Minhaj University, Lahore. Dr. Afsar Rathore has a distinguished career with several United Nations organizations. He has extensive experience in peace and conflict resolution, poverty alleviation, diplomacy, interfaith harmony, climate change, and risk management. He also has worked with UN Department of Peacekeeping, serving in several war-hit conflict zones, including Africa, South America, and East Europe. He left UN in 2017 to work as a volunteer across various developing countries on a variety of social, economic, and environmental thematic areas and projects. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Now let's welcome our esteemed panelists. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Jonathan S. Adelton from LC University. So from FC University, Lahore. Professor Dr. Franz Baumann, who is joining us live. Miss Sarah Hayat from LUMS and Mr. Awais Khan from LUMS. Please join us on stage. Over to you, sir. Dr. Afsar Rathore is moderating the session.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished guest, Deputy Chairman, Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Vice Chancellor, Excellencies, dear students, very warm welcome to the Minhaj University for this very exciting day. I am very privileged to be here for time. I feel myself to be at home all the time being invited here. Today we are going to start about climate change. We were really briefed, explained by the challenges, different challenges of these three topics by Dr. Hussain very comprehensively, and I feel really very much excited to look forward for the other panelists. Climate change. I mean, Pakistan is the most devastating country in terms of climate change. When you see the 2022 flood, which affected approximately 30 million people, 3 million houses were destroyed, and approximately $50 billion, these are the statements from the IMF and World Bank, $50 billion damages has occurred. We have not learned something from that, as Dr. Hussain just recently mentioned in his comprehensive statement. when I was watching and reading the Pakistan budget last night, I was surprised to see the budget allocation for 2023 was, for climate change, was only $4 million. I mean, this was just a side effect. Climate change in South Asia especially, and in Pakistan particularly, has the effect in all sectors, from water scarcity to heat waves, floods, as I just mentioned, agriculture destruction, as well as, and this is the most important thing, is the economy, which I think Dr. Hussain just very comprehensively explained, which will have an impact on long-term illegal migration, unfortunately, in this part of the world. So today we have a lot of panelists, very distinguished panelists. When I was reading their CVs, and we will be benefiting from their expertise. Our first speaker is Professor Dr. Franz Baumann, a good colleague. Welcome, Dr. Franz Baumann, who could not, unfortunately, attend it personally here, and he will be online. His CV is so long, I know him personally, that I need probably half an hour to talk about him. But because of the time constraint, I will just go very briefly that he has spent his life as a United Nations official. His assignment was a special advisor on environment and peace operation with the rank of Assistant Secretary General of United Nations since 2009. Dr. Baumann has a career with the European Union in Luxembourg in 1976 before starting with the UN in Brussels, and then he joined the Siemens in Munich, Germany. In 1980, he began his career with the United Nations, where 3 decades he served in 4 different cities in three different continents. Dr. Baumann has a PhD in political science, African study. He is also a visiting professor at University of New York, in Berlin, as well as in Constance in Germany. In May, he will also join the faculty of Georgetown University in Washington. He is now the president of the Academic Council of United Nations System, ACUNS. He is executive editor of Environment, Science, and Policy for Sustainable Development, a member of the Scientists for Peace and Professional Board, the Board of Advisory of Center for United Nations Studies at the University of Buckingham, and the Nigerian Institute for Governance and Economics Transformation. We welcome Dr. Baumann, Franz Baumann, online from Germany, from Austria, sorry. Dr. Baumann, please, floor is yours.
And now I have no time for my speech. Anyway, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to such a distinguished crowd. I would have preferred to do so in person. And still, technology, as the Vice Chancellor said, we're all connected today. So I'm a few thousand miles away, but I can speak to you, which is, of course, a great privilege. And let me start by saying that I will speak to you as a social scientist and historian. I will not speak to you as an engineer, a manager, a diplomat, a UN official, a pedagogue, a preacher, politician, or activist. The question I will attempt to answer in a few minutes is how will future generations look back on the first quarter of the 21st century in the direction of sustainability and slowing the climate catastrophe, but that the scale of the problem was ignored. Ignored not out of ignorance, ignored perhaps out of indifference or distraction, but certainly owing to the political powers of those invested in the status quo. These are the oil-producing states that are companies. They're called big oil. It's the banks, it's the airlines, and it is consumers all over the world. Can we have the first slide, please? All right. I was hoping to show you a slide of my favorite bookstore in Berlin, Dussmann, where you have a whole shelf, about like what I have behind me, of books on the climate crisis, it is the accumulated knowledge that we have available to us. The understanding of the crisis has become granular, has become very detailed, and has been not contested anywhere around the world. But let me start by saying very starkly that global heating is the gravest challenge of national and international politics. This is compounded by two facts. Firstly, global heating is not a problem of politics, but it is a problem of physics. Secondly, physics is indifferent as regards political considerations or complications. This means that delaying and obstructing the move away from fossil fuels is the greatest political failure of the present time. With horrific wars raging, Russia's against Ukraine and Israel and Hamas and Iran's against each other in the Middle East, this might sound implausible. But let me explain. Global heating does not, as is sometimes dramatically claimed, mean the end of the world, or the death of nature, or the eradication of the human species. Nature happily exists without humans. So would the world. However, global heating threatens the very future of human civilization, which is why I consider it the greatest challenge humanity has ever faced. Put more technically, global heating is an unprecedented global public policy responsibility. Global heating is going to change everything, but the problem is that it is happening cataclysmically fast on a geological scale and too slow on a human perception scale. This is why I fear that the unprecedented global policy responsibility has not yet been understood and that it is also not taken seriously. Things started auspiciously about 36 years ago with GA Resolution 4353. In December 1988, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution Protection of the Global Climate for Present and Future Generations of Mankind. The resolution acknowledged the creation of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and which is a child of two UN institutions, namely the World Meteorological Organization in Geneva and the UN Environment Program in Nairobi. It won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007 together with Vice President Al Gore of the United States. The resolution by the UN General Assembly was not an isolated gesture in the UN ivory tower. At the same time, Time magazine put on its cover page, Endangered Earth, the Planet of the Year. A few years later, the United Nations organized the Rio Earth Summit, which was yet another wake-up call. It coincided with the demise of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. Rio took place in an atmosphere of buoyancy and optimism, even though clouds were gathering. The wars in Yugoslavia and Somalia and elsewhere were about to explain. But in Rio, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was signed, and, as is often forgotten, also the Convention on Biological Diversity. It was the UN at its best, employing its convening power and establishing norms, getting countries to show their colors, and publicly committing to globally responsible action. For instance, in Rio, President Bush, father, announced that, quote, the United States will continue to lead the world in taking economically sensible actions to reduce the threat of climate change. This was 32 years ago, and sadly, the United States most certainly did not lead the world to act at scale to reduce the climate crisis, but nor did any other country. There were, to be sure, positive developments. The understanding of the climate crisis became much more granular. A consensus emerged among scientists from around the world in geology, in geophysics, in geochemistry, in paleontology, in oceanography, in atmospheric physics, in meteorology, in glaciology, and many other fields, including, last but not least, in economics, political science, international relations, and philosophy. No other issue in the world has a mechanism comparable to the IPCC, which means hundreds of researchers appraising tens of thousands of peer-reviewed papers and bringing and basing conclusions on a systematic, consensual, word-by-word scrutiny. There is no disagreement among scientists about the implications of the various heating paths or about the measures, costs, and the urgency of avoiding them. In short, as regards the Anthropocene's trajectory, there is in the science community not uncertainty, but predictability. And it is frightening, as the accelerating climate crisis in many parts of the world amply demonstrate. But to stay with the positive just a little longer, climate activism has become a force to be reckoned with. Climate litigation has also become very powerful, and you can read in the papers about judgments like 2 weeks ago of the European Court of Human Rights. Then, fantastic technological progress has been made that renewable energy is not only competitive, it is actually now the cheapest source of energy in the world. In 2000, 1 megawatt hour of wind power cost about $600 to install. Today it is $30. Similar for solar. Since the Paris Agreement, the European Union's carbon dioxide emissions have fallen by 6%. This is partially due to the Paris Agreement of December 2015 that was a roaring success. The Paris Agreement established the imperative to hold the increase of global warming to 2 degrees or even 1.5 above pre-industrial levels. It shifted responsibilities to countries, to individual countries, that through their nationally determined contributions would reduce the carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere. So it was not, like in other instruments, an assigned figure, but it is nationally determined contributions. Sadly, though, all countries, so positively, all countries of the world, with the exception of 3, namely Iran, Libya, and Yemen, have ratified the Paris Agreement. But this is where, in a way, the good news ends and the bad news begin. I mentioned that since the Paris Agreement 9 years ago, the European Union's carbon dioxide emissions have fallen by 6%. That is true. But in the same 9 years, global carbon dioxide emissions have risen by more than 7%. Clearly, mapping the journey is not the same as moving forward. Paris defined a tolerable ceiling. It did not formulate an aspirational target. No single country in the world is on track to meet its Paris commitments. Governments have promised something that they are unable or unwilling to honor. What governments have submitted to curb fossil fuel emissions and deforestation between now and 2030 puts the world on track to warm by roughly 2.4 degrees, which is rhetorically accepting the problem while proposing greenwashing solutions that do not add up. Yes, but in which the but always by far outweighs the yes. The gap between ambition and action is disquieting because inaction does not park the problem, it allows it to grow. The absence of serious climate mitigation measures will make it even more difficult in the future to enact the deeper emission cuts needed to keep global warming at 2 degrees, or even 3, or even 4, because temperatures will keep rising until the share of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is stabilized. 3 decades ago, during the Rio conference, the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was still at the safe level of 350 parts per million. This week, it reached 422, which means it has risen by 3 parts per million in the last year alone, and by 70 parts per million since the Rio conference. Since the Rio conference in 1992, that is in the last 3 decades, more carbon dioxide has been emitted than in all of prior history. The share of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas, is still around 80% of global primary energy consumption, exactly as it was 30 years ago. The fossil fuel capacity in coal, oil, and gas in coal-fired power stations is overwhelming, and the crisis is accelerating, as has been predicted for quite a while now. I don't need to recite, Afsara Tor just mentioned and about the crisis that befell Pakistan 2 years ago, but the past 10 years have been the warmest since records began in the mid-1800s. And Arctic sea ice is said to be the lowest ever. Last year, 2023, was the warmest year ever for ocean heat. March, last month, 24, was the warmest March ever recorded, and so on. So none of this is good news, but it is not actually unexpected. This year, COP, the Conference of the Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, will take place in Azerbaijan, in Baku. COPs have been very helpful in contributing to clarifying, propagating, publicizing, and even popularizing the wicked problem of global heating. They have not, however, been able to halt or slow global heating, let alone reverse it. That is not surprising, given the interests, power, and resources of defenders of the status quo. One could actually view it like the relationship between a drug dealer and a junkie.
Recording stopped.
Addiction is corrosive. Fossil fuel addiction obstructs climate change. I'm not sure I'm still on.
Recording in progress.
Let me point out that climate justice refers, on the one hand, to historical responsibility, and on the other, to distributional equity today, as well as to the liabilities imposed on future generations. Today's cheap energy externalizes the costs of our profligacy and makes it harder than necessary for developing countries to avoid a fossil fuel intensive path to improving their economies and living conditions. The discrepancies in energy consumption and emissions around the world is absolutely stunning, and sadly we don't have the PowerPoint slide, so I'm going to mention only that, for example, in terms of carbon emissions, the world average is about 6 tons. In the US and Canada is about 18. In Russia is 11. In the EU and Japan, about 7 tons per capita. In China, 7. In India and Pakistan, about 2. And in Ghana, about 0.5 tons. So that means that 90 Ghanaians have the same emission as 1 US citizen. You have similar discrepancies in electricity consumption. And so this discrepancy is something that needs to be bridged, and that makes it extremely difficult because politics, as we know, is very local. And in America or in Europe, to say that we have to cut our carbon emissions faster so that the global south can catch up is not a popular message. And so we have a situation where aspired right collides with acquired right.
Recording stopped.
This is a point of negotiation within and between countries, between people and government. It is not a negotiation between humanity and nature, because nature does not negotiate. Many governments, many businesses, and many people still do not seem to understand that we are in an emergency situation and need to cut emissions much faster this decade, or else any hope of staying at 1.5 degrees will be lost. Coming to the conclusion, it remains to be seen if governments will actually follow through on their commitments, since there are no sanctions and no penalties if they fail to do so. Historical experience has not been reassuring. But the question that we are facing is whether, going forward, countries will have to choose between 3, actively or by default, between 3 options, more precisely between a mixture of 3 options. One is mitigation, in other words, reducing the damage. The other is adaptation, which is learning to live with the damage. And the third option is suffering. The important, still very wide question is, what is the mix of the 3? So I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the other panel speakers and to the question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Momand. You were exactly on 20 minutes. Thank you very much for taking the time. And I will also request my 3 other panelists, please keep the time because we have a very wide agenda. Mr. Baumann, you really mentioned an alarming situation right now in the current climate change situation. We will discuss this later. Our next speaker is Ambassador Dr. Jonathan Edelton. He just informed me that he was born in Pakistan. Welcome home, sir. He has a PhD in international relations, has a BSc in journalism. In 5 years' time, he spent with the US Aid Mission as a director and ambassador. He was also the ambassador to Mongolia from the US and the US Aid representative to the European Union. As US Aid Mission Director in Islamabad during 2006 and 2007, he headed the US Aid funded construction effort in northern Pakistan following the devastating earthquake of October 2005. Prior to joining the US Foreign Service in March 1984, he also worked in the private sector as well as to the international organization, including the World Bank. Dr. Ambassador Jonathan Edelton, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief, actually. I'm not delivering a paper. What I am doing is giving some observations, which I think may be helpful to and will be helpful to the discussion as we go forward. I guess what I wanted to say to start with, I'm very happy to be here. It's been great to be at Foreman, but also to be involved with some of the other universities in Pakistan. When I retired from the Foreign Service in 2017, I taught for 3 years. I taught courses in international development and international relations. On the first day of class on both those areas, whether it was international relations or international development, I started by saying that, in my view, the two biggest challenges of the 21st century, one is going to be about water and one is going to be about the movement of peoples. Partly that was a security issue, conflict kind of issue, potential for wars to start. But I think that this today sort of underscores that in terms of the fact that migration is included on the agenda, but also water, arguably climate change, the climate change aspect is played out with respect to water and indeed with respect to migration, which we're going to talk about next. My first set of observations is going to be more personal. I like to say that I've had a number of chapters of my life in Pakistan. The first one was not by choice. I was born in Pakistan, and I experienced Pakistan the first 18 years of my life. Thank you, shukriya. I experienced the first 18 years of my life as a child growing up. And when I see the thing conflict, what it actually reminds me is I saw some of that conflict, and you know what I'm talking about if I say 1965 and 1971, the wars with India. And when I say I saw it as a child, the way you see it is through the blackouts, through the air raid sirens, and to be honest, as a child, through the excitement of conflict, which is a terrible reaction, but when you're a child, that's sort of what you track with. So that was certainly part of the sort of observations growing up. The other point about it is that I lived in with my family in a very out-of-the-way place in Pakistan, Upper Sindh, the triangle between Shikarpur, Ratodero, and Larkana, and again, a place where water was important, where agriculture was important. I suspect because of climate change, it's hotter now than it was then, but as you know, it was plenty hot in those places. I think Jacobabad close by is ranked as the hottest temperature ever recorded in Pakistan. I would like to go back maybe this 60 years later and kind of see where it ranks. The other chapters of my life in Pakistan were more determined by personal choice. And one of them was the late 70s, early 80s when I did my PhD research. And that was about the economic impact of migration from Pakistan to the Middle East. And that was actually focused on the poorer parts of Pakistan, the agricultural areas that weren't making it. And so the workers in those areas sought other kinds of opportunities, and at the time, many of those were in the Middle East. And of course, that was the establishment of the community there. The third chapter was not too much later. After I did my research, I was in Pakistan as a junior USAID officer. This was the late 1980s. And of course, there was a time when Afghanistan right next door. I think one of the challenges, one of maybe the unfortunate aspects about Pakistan is that the international events influence it in so many ways. And of course, this was the 1980s, the Soviet era in Afghanistan. When that ended, one hoped that Afghanistan would find peace. But of course, all it got was another 40 years of war. The fact of the matter is, my role, though, was more as a junior officer related to projects that are not unfamiliar. All those projects worked out in conjunction with Pakistan, in partnership with Pakistan, but certainly included ag projects and water projects before the phrase global warming was really used. But some of those in some sense might be precursors to ways to use water more efficiently and to address some of the concerns that would later be highlighted even more so by global warming. The second phase with USAID was several years later, as was mentioned, after the earthquake. But again, beyond the earthquake, the agriculture water projects were also important. I do mention the earthquake because this was a time where I think that my own view is that the Pakistan response was very good. And I think the international response was also good. When we talk about conflict and global warming, the challenges will certainly be there. This is an example, though, I think, of a successful response. I'll get into more about this in a minute, but my own view is that successes you forget about quickly, failures are on your radar screen forever and ever. And I do think that from time to time it's worth in Pakistan reminding people that earthquake response was effective in many ways. Obviously there were issues, obviously there were some critical reports as well. That comes with the territory. But on the scale of responding to crises, Pakistan can do it. It certainly did it at that time. And the international community can also respond, and they certainly did it at that time as well. Of course, the most recent chapter is the Foreman experience, and it's a real honor and a privilege to be involved in an educational institution and to realize that the baton really is being passed on to a new generation. Again, I mentioned observations. I think I may say in passing, this sort of really thumbnail sketch has been my engagement at different moments in time. There's one plus in that because it's a combination of being in Pakistan, not just for a visit, but for several years each time, but also having an absence, so when you come back you can see changes. One thing that's worth pointing out in anticipation of the demographic discussion that's going to be next, if this was a classroom, I might ask people, what do you think the population of Pakistan was at independence? Anybody know? We could guess it was 32 million, 1947. The 40 million figure that you mentioned was actually when I was born 10 years later in 1957, and my parents dutifully went down to the registration office, and the question, I don't know if they still ask this, but the question on the form was religion and caste of parents. I don't know if they ask the caste now, but they did in 1957 because it's on my birth certificate. So I was one of those 42 million people numbered in, or one of the births that was recorded that year. Fast forward 1971, of course at that time, East Pakistan, West Pakistan, the figures I'm giving are for West Pakistan, but West Pakistan population 60 million. And of course Bangladesh surpassed by a considerable amount the population of West Pakistan in terms of the population there. Going on to 1985 when I came back as a young USAID officer, population approaching 100 million. Year 2000, the new millennium, 154 million. And of course right now we're looking at 240 million plus. So the pressures on Pakistan are many and manifold, and certainly the climate change is one big one. But this sort of growth in my lifetime from 40 million when I was born to 240 million plus is really quite dramatic. And I think on the one hand there's something amazing about that story is that Pakistan feeds all its people, which is quite remarkable. But it is a huge growth in terms of resources and demands on water, food, and everything else. So it's sort of interesting to do that, to reflect on that. Quickly moving on in terms of climate change, I guess what I would say, and again I know there's a number of students here, there's some great reference points, and one of them, quite honestly, whatever you think about institutions, the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank are a terrific resource. If you were to look them up both in a country-specific way, Pakistan, and also in a regional way, there's a lot there. And of course, some of that material that's in that reporting has been reflected already this morning. South Asia, one of the most vulnerable regions to climate shocks. The new normal involves not just a shock every once in a while, but a shock all the time. Of course, the floods of 2022, which many here witnessed, was perhaps a big example of that. One of many, I guess, in terms of shocks. And other things that come with it is the intensive heat waves and the droughts. One of the other aspects of the commentary that will be more in the next session is the notion of climate refugees. And this figure is staggering to me, but it says that in the coming years, they could be as many as 50 million refugees. This is South Asia wide. But maybe not so startling when you think about the total population of the region. It's actually, you know, as a percentage, it sounds more, well, you can understand it, but 50 million people, that's bigger than, or maybe the size of a European country like France or the UK, and you're having to accommodate that many refugees, climate refugees in this region is pretty formidable to think about that. A couple other sort of just observations as the discussion talks about is the, and I think this has been made as well, climate crisis by its very nature is transnational. I think the comment was made that, you know, human security is maybe not so much about countries, but about people, about human aspects. And I think this is sort of reflected in this fact that it is transnational. You can't sort of confine it within borders. A glacier melts, and that places a challenge on agricultural systems elsewhere. Air pollution circulates. I think there's been all kinds of attempts at border fences, but I've never heard of one that was able to stop air pollution. That moves freely between countries as well. The final sort of observation, and again, I'm hoping we can catch up with some time here if I can bring this to a conclusion quickly, but I mentioned that the success stories in this world are the ones people don't know about. I don't know how many people here, as part of their day-to-day conversation, or if they've done a paper on it perhaps at a university level, but I would put the Indus Waters Treaty in that category. Again, I don't know if certainly the person in the street in South Asia even hardly knows about it, but it's been in force for a long time. It took about 8 years to negotiate in the 1980s. It did come about partly because borders were drawn. And what happens to those rivers once those borders are drawn? It was actually signed in Karachi. It was by Nehru and I guess Ayub Khan. It was brokered by the World Bank. It's called one of the most successful water sharing agreements ever. The shorthand version is the Western Rivers, Indus, Jhelum, Chenab. That was really Pakistan that it fell to in terms of utilizing those water resources. And the eastern rivers, the Ravi, Beas, and Sutlej from India. I say this because this is about challenges, some of them very much water-related challenges, but also about conflict. It's quite remarkable that that treaty has held even in the worst of moments between the two biggest countries in South Asia, Pakistan and India. If you're in a war and it's an existential war, you might think everything is fair game. As far as I know, the dams that control the water in both sides of the border have not been seriously attacked. That the treaty says that that kind of stuff will be protected, and that aspect it works. So it has survived tensions, it has survived wars and conflict. It does provide a framework for irrigation systems and hydropower. And as water becomes scarcer, ever more scarce, again, I think the spirit with which, again, even amidst conflict, that people have been able to work out some kinds of sharing agreements. Those are, I think India's challenged some of them recently, that could be problematic in the future, but right now those things have held, and it has been a way to resolve disputes. And again, I don't like to leave everything completely negative, because when people work together, they can do things like the Indus River treaties, which many people here may not even know have even know very much about. But the fact of the matter is that in this particular area, it's been important. The last comment is to say that I cite this as a possible example when you talk about climate change, and maybe a positive way to do it. There's a couple of recent articles that I thought were interesting. One was in Nature magazine. It's titled "Pitfalls in Transboundary Water Indus Water Treaty: A Perspective to Prevent Unattended Threats to Global Security." And this is kind of a more late critique, is how much of those Indus Water Treaty is of its time, and how much of it relates to different times. When it was negotiated, again, nobody ever heard about global warming, or they didn't talk about it, but now it's a different world. And the authors, they do say that one of the problems with with Indus Water treaties is it doesn't provide guidelines to deal with climate change, which of course climate change does require an integrated approach. And maybe that integrated approach back in the 50s was all about water, but maybe now climate change has necessitated a conversation that goes beyond water, possibly involving air. It does note that that treaty was signed before climate change became the issue of the day in the future. It does talk about climate change as a ticking time bomb, But again, it says that you could base some conversations of the future on something that actually has been, to some extent, and maybe to a surprising extent, has actually worked. The last thing was a very recent article by Pakistan Institute of Development Economics last year titled Reimagining Indus Water Treaty for Future Sustainability of the Indus Basin. And again, I use that as an example to say that research is taking place in Pakistan, that these are important issues, and as bleak in some ways as when you go through the figures, as bleak as it sometimes seems, serious people are working on it, and there are examples such as the Indus Water Treaties in the past that could possibly provide a path for, again, since this topic is about regional conflict and also regional peace, I think my expression is I'll always take hope wherever I find it, and I think there are some glimmers of hope that we can grasp even in this difficult situation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Jonathan Addington, for your very comprehensive explanation about the Indus Water Treaty, water shortages in Pakistan, and population growth, all interlinked. We will have, during the question and answer, few questions about that. Our next speaker is Madam Saira Hayat. Madam Saira Hayat is a lawyer and a consulting specializing in climate change law and policy. She is a founding partner of Climate Change Sustainability and Resilience Consultant, a leading consultancy firm specializing on climate and environmental matter. She has extensive experience on climate change from a project, from advising the government on preparing Pakistan updated nationally determined contribution and the Sindh climate change policy, working with the World Bank on different climate change projects. Mrs. Saira Hayat is a professor at LUMS. She's also on the Leadership Council of the Aga Khan University think tank Sustainable Development Solution Network in Pakistan. Mrs. Saira Hayat, floor is here, madam.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'm very happy that this is happening. The discourse must continue, and a very warm regards to my esteemed panelists. Always a pleasure to learn more. Although, Ambassador Jonathan, I hope you will ask me to tea so we can discuss how the Indus Water Treaty is a success. I really want to talk about it more with you. I will talk in English because it seems like, that is the medium of conversation. लेकिन अगर कोई चाहता है कि मैं उर्दू में बात करूं तो प्लीज़ आप ये बोलिए, और वरना मुझसे बाद में आकर मिलिए, एंड मैं उर्दू और इंग्लिश दोनों में भी बात कर सकती हूँ for the benefit of the audience. I think we've gotten a global worldview, or a global sort of, and a sort of a generic comment on climate change. So it seems, and it makes sense that I restrict my conversation, or at least my discourse here, to Pakistan, and I would like to make it as local as possible. The one thing I would like to say is that climate change penetrates every possible facet of your existence. It is affecting your studies. When it rains, it affects your studies. When there is smog, your studies are affected. When the government gives holidays because of bad air quality days, your studies are affected. Climate change affects your health. It affects what you eat. The carbon content in the air will make the food less nutritious, because carbon dioxide does this. Climate change affects what you don't get to eat, because if there is climate change, a lot of crops just don't grow. You don't get access to a lot of food. That is climate change. Climate change affects what you wear. It's going to get very hot. What you wear is going to be different. It's going to get very cold. What you wear is going to be different. It will affect where you live. It does affect where you live, how you live, what you drive, what you think, what you feel, your mental health, your physical health, your unborn child. Climate change affects any and everything now. It affects economics, it affects politics, it affects society, it affects religion now, any and everything, and I will come back to it. But more importantly, I think we should be talking about why climate change affects Pakistan so much. In the last decade, so the German Watch, an organization based in Germany, conducts an annual study on which countries are most impacted by climate change. For the past decade plus perhaps, Pakistan makes the list of the top 10 countries most affected globally. Generally, we're around 7th or 8th, sometimes we're around 5th most impacted internationally. And this is surprising because Pakistan emits very few global greenhouse emissions, gases, relative to the global north, even relative to the global south, really. We emit about 0.8% of all global greenhouse gas emissions globally. That's nothing. Let me tell you, that is nothing really. And just to clarify here, I don't know if you guys have an idea of what climate language is like, but the global north is what people refer to as the developed countries. And the global south are the developing countries, though I would like to say that when you guys talk about climate change, and I hope you guys will start talking about it on a daily basis, try referring to Pakistan as an agricultural country instead of a developing one, because our backbone is agricultural. We just never got the resources the global north got to develop at that pace. But, so why is Pakistan so adversely affected by climate change? One, our topography. As beautiful as the country is, with glaciers in the north and in the Arabian Sea in the south, and then we have deserts and we have forests and we have rivers, and that actually makes us more vulnerable to climate change. The glaciers are melting at an unprecedented rate. Do you guys know that after the North and the South Pole, the area in Pakistan, Nepal, India, this area hosts the 3rd largest ice mass in the world. We are literally called the 3rd pole of the world. And these glaciers are melting at unprecedented rates, which means they're causing flooding, they're causing climate-induced migration, they're causing loss of lives, property, agricultural loss, livestock loss. So, these glaciers we want to visit them, they're attracting tourism, they're bringing in revenue, but they are actually a threat to us as well. Same goes for the Arabian Sea. It is a vessel, the sea itself is a vessel of trade, but the Arabian Sea is rising when climate change causes global warming. Global warming causes temperatures around you to increase. When temperatures around you increase, water expands, which causes seas and water bodies to rise, basically. So the Arabian Sea is rising. When it's rising, it's coming onto, or it's encroaching onto Pakistan's land, our territory. And it's taking up huge parts of Sindh and Balochistan now. Some studies are saying almost 8 acres a day. That is a lot, and I've actually been and seen this for a study I did for Oxfam. And when you meet people there, they will tell you, they will be like, 15 years ago, the sea was about 20 kilometers out. Now the sea is next door to us. So this is literally happening. Again, it's encroaching on agricultural land, on residential land, on property, on livestock, rearing areas. It's affecting fisheries, a very big industry in the southern provinces. Our rivers prone to flooding. For example, the 2022 floods, had we not had the Indus, or had we not had such large network of rivers on canals in the country, perhaps the damage from the floods would have been lesser. Our floodplain area would have been reduced. So again, our rivers are a cause. Then deserts, it's hotter. Pakistan is, and especially Sindh, is considered a hotspot for rising temperatures. The temperatures in some parts of Sindh rise to 53 degrees Celsius, 54 degrees Celsius. People can't work during the day. There is a report that's come out by McKinsey which suggests that in a couple of decades, 2 decades, these reports vary. Some of them are extreme, some of them are not so extreme, but the truth is that this is happening. Whether it happens in 2 decades or it happens in 4 decades is irrelevant. It's happening. This report by McKinsey suggests that it's going to become so hot in parts of Pakistan that laborers will not be able to work, that people will not be able to work on agricultural fields. And for Pakistan, that is literally suicide, because we generate our own, well, we try to generate a lot of our own food, and agriculture is what provides the majority or the bulk of the employment in this country. So that is a big cause. Again, rising temperatures are a big cause of why Pakistan is so affected. Then let me come to the more sort of personalized problems that we have. Population. It's been spoken about a couple of times since I've been here in the last 2 hours. And a growing population makes a country more vulnerable to climate change. आप खुद ही सोचिए, अगर एक जगह पे कम लोग होंगे तो कम इम्पैक्ट आएगा ना, और एक जगह पे ज़रा ज़्यादा आबादी होगी तो ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट आएगा. So the more the population, the more the effect the climate change will have. Also, the more the population, the more greenhouse gas emissions you will emit. The more food you will need, the more sort of, consumerism will prevail. Then, after that, our geographic location in Southeast Asia, with Afghanistan, with India, with water bodies, our political strife, all of this makes climate change something we're putting on the back burner. Climate change is, something nasty will happen, like the floods will come about. We'll talk a lot about it, but the truth is that, our the geopolitical location will suddenly become more important, and war will become more important, the threat of war will become more important, and climate change will suddenly recede and become a very sort of insignificant thing. And like it was just discussed, money is not channeled towards climate change because there's always something more important to talk about. Even though I will say this and you will realize this on a daily basis, climate change affects everything. Climate change affects economics. China is promising trade with Pakistan, but how will CPEC work if Gwadar is underwater? How will CPEC work if the trade routes from the north, glaciers are melting and there is constant, or there's constant rain, or there's, or there's flooding? So any and everything, trade included, is affected by climate change. Our financial health. If a country has limited resources, like Pakistan does, unfortunately, then there is always 10 other things to direct that money towards. Even though climate change, again, I will say it, is like an umbrella that almost everything comes under. For example, dengue. Climate change makes dengue worse. When it becomes hotter, more mosquitoes are bred. It's an optimum temperature for mosquitoes to breed. When it becomes hotter, the monsoons will become and are becoming more erratic. That means our cities, urban flooding will happen. That means Karachi will shut down, which is our commercial hub. And you've seen how Karachi shuts down every time in June, July. So, and then apart from that, the 18th Amendment to the Constitution. The 18th Amendment to the Constitution made environment a provincial subject. So what that means is that the environment and climate change were a federal subject. Our ministry still sits and operates from Islamabad. But when the 18th Amendment to the Constitution came, the environment was devolved to the provinces. So now the provinces are responsible for climate change and their own environmental problems. This has both negatives and pluses. The pluses are that climate change is such a sort of relative, is such a personalized issue for a region. For example, what Punjab experiences is not what Sindh experiences. Sindh has the sea, it has other problems. Punjab has bigger rivers, it has other problems. Our population is different. Balochistan is less populated. The sources of income are different. So that means it is good that in a way that the provinces are responsible for their own environmental concerns. But the bigger problem is that all climate funds rest with Islamabad. And then it's up to them how much they're giving to the provinces, which means they are limited. And then there is a huge disconnect between provinces and the federal government, between the provincial and the federal government, which sort of causes delays and lags in any climate action. And this is on why Pakistan is vulnerable to climate change itself. On a global level, countries like Pakistan, agriculture or the agricultural world is rendered uncomfortably vulnerable to climate change because under the Paris Agreement or under the global north is required to send funds, and I'm saying it's required. There is no legal mandate. It is not legally mandatory under the Paris Agreement that, for example, America or the USA send funds to Pakistan, but it is a moral responsibility inculcated within the Paris Agreement that the global north send funds to the global south. And there are different varying degrees of delays in this, which makes countries like Pakistan more vulnerable to climate change. Also, technology transfer. There is absolutely no way to deal with the climate crisis without sound technology. And unfortunately, we do not invest enough in technology within Pakistan, and we need other countries to transfer their knowledge and their expertise. And if that's not happening, then we can't deal with climate change. So just to sum it up, I've given you an overview of why Pakistan is so vulnerable. I've told you that, you know what, we have our own issues to deal with, and some of our issues are exacerbated by the developed world. But what we can do about it is, I think, in large measure, contingent upon us. It's contingent upon you. It's contingent upon the people of Pakistan raising their voices, saying they want to do something, saying they want the government to take it seriously. It's about you guys studying climate change. It's about you guys, you know, becoming specialists in it, learning technology, telling your children that, you know, climate change is going to be and is the most serious threat facing this planet, and literally just doing something. A people's pressure changes regimes. So people, and what we need right now is for people to realize how serious climate change is and to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Sarah Hayat. You highlighted a couple of points. I also mentioned here that the Arabian Sea rising also threatened Dhaka, Mumbai, and Calcutta, and this also interrelate to our next topic, which will be migration. Because of that, illegal migration in those part of the world will also increase. There is another factor which is we call desertification, and my organization based in Vienna, we believe that 23 hectare desertification per minute is happening around the world, and Pakistan is also affected. So if you calculate that per year, it is 1.2 million kilometer per year around the world. So this is a very, very big threat apart from the water shortages around the world. So we will go to our last speaker. That is Mr. Hafiz Awais Ahmed Khan. Has been serving as a renewable energy planning and demand side management specialist at LUMS Energy Institute. He has a master and bachelor degree in energy and power streams from Lahore University of Management Sciences. Mr. Awais' expertise include generation simulation and optimization. He has extensive years of experience in production and optimization software. He has carried out several projects on renewable energy and energy efficiency funded by several donors, including the German GIZ. Mr. Hafiz Awais Ahmed Khan, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. So I start my case, I present my case. As Dr. Sarah already mentioned, number of things, number of problems that we are facing related to climate change. So we know the problems are here. So in terms of financing, so we know the problems are here. If we map the Pakistan around the globe, what sort of emissions Pakistan are doing in terms of map, so then we see Pakistan stands nowhere. But in terms of climate vulnerability, So if we see Pakistan, as she already mentioned, that we are in the 10 most vulnerable country in the world. So what steps can we take? Do we need to take any steps? Yes, sure, we need to take steps towards climate mitigation and adaptation. So as my background related to energy, specifically renewable energy, so I present my case with few facts and numbers. In last fiscal year, Pakistan almost import 24 billion USD Pakistan almost spent 24 billion USD for importing petroleum products, and majority of the petroleum products which use in for transportation, for generating energy, and for industrial purposes. So if we use just half of the amount that we already spent in last fiscal year, so around 10, 11, 12 billion, so we can transform of our energy sector towards renewable energy. By transforming our energy sector towards renewable energy, so in future we don't need to spend, and we don't need to do spending for buying the for buying the fuel from the Gulf countries. So by just spending the few amount, we can harvest so many number of we can harness so many number of advantages by just spending of this amount. And by remaining the half of the amount, which is around $12 billion, we can transform of our transport sector, and we can shift our transport sector to the electric vehicles by this few amount of spending. So by just spending around 20-25 billion USD, which we already spent in the last fiscal year for buying the import bill, we can transform these two sectors. So do we need spending from the government? So I just share another figure with you. In fiscal year 2023 to 2024, from July 2023 to March 2024, the people of Pakistan almost imported around 7,500 megawatt of solar panels. So it's a base load of a country, 7,500 megawatt. It's a base load of the country. So we almost imported the solar panel without any sort of government intervention, without any sort of government financing in these areas. So we can do that. We just need some little bit guidance and some little bit green financing from maybe from the State Bank, maybe from some international investors. And just if we do these two steps, I hope we can transform of our energy sector as well as our transport sector, and there will be no import and current account deficit issues with the country like Pakistan. Thank you. The case, I just put my case here because of the limited availability of the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was very quick, very informative. Thermal power, yeah, you mentioned that. It is also one of my concern that Pakistan has changed from clean energy in 1970-80 to 70% now. The energy mix is with the thermal power, which is also devastating for a country which is already very vulnerable for climate change. And we have, I read that there are many more thermal power stations are going to be operational very soon, unfortunately. Although we work in a UNDP report which mentioned that Pakistan has the capacity of generating 64,000 megawatt hydropower energy through water. There is also 340,000 megawatt capacity Pakistan can generate by solar and thermal power. Pakistan is the only country in the world. I also read this report from our own organization that normally for the windmills you need 6.7 meter per second the wind speed. Pakistan overall has 7.6. exactly 10% more than that, but nobody is really investing in that, and we are going again and again to this destructive thermal power generation. Thank you very much, my panel. Thank you for all of you. We have few more minute time. I will take 2 or 3 questions. I will request my audience, please be very brief, and specific. If you want to ask somebody in a special member of panel, or it is a general question, please be specific. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
A quick question to the latest panelist. Recently, there has been an upsurge in the import of solar panels and the installation of solar power. However, what I have learned is that to mitigate everything that has been done, the government is in the process of imposing a levy on everyone who installs solar panels. A 12 kV unit installed provides about 1200 to 1500 kV of electricity, which translates at rupees 20 into 24,000, 25,000 rupees. And the government is planning to levy a duty of 24,000 rupees on every 12 kV unit. So essentially, all the investment that we are doing today in the field of solar energy is going to be negated exactly at par by the government. This is the new policy that's expected to come into effect very soon. I'd like you to comment on that.
So the irony is that the power plants, thermal-based power plants, which are not producing a single unit of electricity, we are paying to them almost billions of rupees. So the circular debt is almost 2.9 trillion rupees for the power sector. And while the green energy generated by the solar panel installed on the rooftop of some of the residential or commercial building, we are charging almost 24,000 rupees from them. So it's an irony. Yeah. So we are in a process. With CPPAG as well as with NEPRA. So we will definitely present our case to them. So that this levies should not be imposed on the people who are generating from the renewable energy.
I might just say very briefly, this is discouraging news for me because at Foreman we're going to 100% solar energy campus. And if this comes into play, it will certainly wreck every financial planning approach that we've been taking.
Okay, any other question, please?
Yes, Dr. Sara, I have a query from you. I am from Lahore College for Women University. I am esteemed to be a part of this intellectual talk. I just want to ask that, do you think that our government has such priorities? Because whatever I have perceived that most of the issues related to climate change, they need more implementation of environment regimes. So do you think that there is a realization of green governance on the part of our government, or does it possible with the sustainability of the democracy in Pakistan?
Thank you. Great question. So I think our government does realize that climate change is a problem, especially because in Pakistan we live climate change literally on a daily basis, whether it's hot or there's smog or it's too cold or there's a flood. But I feel like our government, and to sort of be fair, I feel like their hands are always tied. There's always something or the other that's more important, which is why I say that with climate change it's a priority issue. But we do have policies. That's something perhaps I should have mentioned just to encourage everybody. We have great laws on climate change in this country. We have very solid policies, but like you yourself said, implementation is very weak. And the implementation is not just weak for climate change, it's pretty much weak for everything. And I drove at like 100 kilometers an hour right now to get here. It was like nobody stopped me. Its implementation is bad and everything. So I think that's not, but that is not like a government problem. That's like that we also have to take our burden, take our share of responsibility for that. We don't implement things. We don't allow laws to be implemented. We don't curtail our own waste. We don't curtail our own sort of vehicle usage, our own, you know, electricity usage, blah, blah. So many things. So yeah, but I feel like the government can do a lot more. I think we can all do a lot more, but the government can also do a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take only one more question. Please be very precise with your question. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm from ComSers. I'm Shamana. Ms. Sara, my question is from you. As you have mentioned that we have very little share in carbon emission, which is the biggest reason for climate change. And as we know that the developing country actually are more responsible for it, and we as third world developing countries are paying the cost. So how do you see, number one, carbon colonialism? Can you highlight के ये हमें किस तरह से affect कर रहा है एक चीज़. दूसरे, how government should play their role, and we as a public, how we can actually play an active role in combating this. Thank you.
Carbon colonialism is a really big word with a big term, but thank you for it. I think with Pakistan, because we have like our own model of operating, it really isn't about emulating industrial structure or colonial structures as regards to carbon. But yes, I mean, one has to acknowledge that the developed or the global north is affecting us in its own way. That, you know, until they curtail their emissions, we will continue to suffer. And we can't be responsible for suffering just because they haven't managed to curtail it, given they do have the resources, they have the expertise, they have the skilled labor, you know, they have alternatives. And unfortunately, you know, it sounds a little crass when one puts it like this, but right now the colonial world, let's say, has to bear the burden of controlling climate change so that the formerly colonized world suffers less. And that's just about it. There is just no other way to say it. But the government, again, I think that part overlaps a little with the previous question. The government has its hands tied. The government is trying, it's going to international conferences, it's inviting speakers from abroad, it's trying to keep the discourse alive. It's trying to keep Pakistan in mainstream media internationally to let them know how much climate change is affecting us. This is, of course, a way that, you know, people realize internationally, and they send some, and by people I mean governments and development organizations, and they send climate finance back to Pakistan, which is the bedrock, really. We need it to do anything. But on top of that, we definitely need more, like we need technology transfer, we need skilled labor, we need more investment in renewables, we need expertise to come in, we need we need partnerships, we need public-private partnerships, our public authorities with private international sort of organizations. We need Pakistan to continuously to develop an image where people trust us, to know that, you know what, things are bad here and that we need the support and the assistance in whichever way we can get. And the last part, very quickly then, I think everybody can do a bit to combat climate change publicly. I think आप भी कर सकते हैं, मैं भी कर सकती हूँ. Small ways in which you can do it. Control your vehicular usage. Smog, the biggest culprit behind smog in Punjab, in Lahore, is actually your vehicles. Don't fall for this narrative that it's crop burning or it's industrial. It's actually your vehicles. The days schools are off, the days offices are off, the air quality is much better because car usage is decreased. We need green transportation, so but that means that we should start using more buses. We should start using public transportation. We should control our waste. We should recycle more. We should limit electricity usage. We should turn off lights. We should try and get solar. We should try and do whatever we can. We should waste less water in a personal capacity, and it'll start small. We start one, and then two, and then the whole society eventually follows suit. Thank you.
Thank you. With that note, I also would like to add takeaway especially for a student, awareness. This kind of a seminar, workshop, or conference is always, we take something with us, what we can contribute. I mean, what the government is doing is one thing. As just Ms. Sarah mentioned, that what can you, I calculated, for example, 30 in my day before yesterday intervention was on UN Sustainable Development Goal in Pakistan, and discovered that 35% of Pakistani have access to the water. So 35% means 80 million people. If 80 million people every day brushing your teeth and just turn off their tap, you will save 1 to 2 liter per day, which means 100 to 160 million liter water per day, which when you calculate, it's almost 30 billion liter per year. This you can do that. I mean, this will be serving not yourself and also to the environment and to the country which has a very big shortage of water and challenges. So we thank you for that, and before you go, I would like to also please tell you that our next session is about migration, and there is a migration opportunity. So we would like to request you to come back to this very exciting intervention, and people will be discussing about the challenges of illegal migration as well as what the legal migration opportunities are there. So thank you very much. Thank you for my panelists. Thank you very much. A big applause for the panelists, and thank you for your patience. Thanks.
Thank you so much. May I kindly request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, and Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, to come on stage for shield distribution. Please give them a huge round of applause. First. First of all, the shield will be presented to first of all, the shield will be presented to Professor Dr. Jonathan S. Adelton. Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Sarah Hayat from LUMS. Mr. Awais Khan from LUMS. And our moderator, Professor Dr. Afsar Rathore. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Okay, it is lunch break now. The participants can go to Frenchman Cafe for lunch. Please follow the timing as the second session will start.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of Allah, the most merciful, omnipotent. We start our next session, which is, of course, the title has already been explained to you. It is Migration and South Asia. Right? This is the basic theme is migration in South Asia, and we will be talking about, the experts will be talking about irregular migration and regional cooperation. In this regard, let me just give you a very brief introduction to what migration is all about. Migration commonly refers to the movement of people, basically reducing of people within and across border. Migration is mainly a south-north phenomena. However, south-south migration is large now. Irregular migration poses multiple challenges to countries of origin, transit and destination, as well as to migrants themselves. In South Asia, migrants in irregular situations are particularly vulnerable to discrimination, exploitation, and abuse. Such migrations are also in danger of being exploited by the organization involved in human trafficking and migration and migrant smuggling crimes, and constitute a serious violation of the human rights of its victims. Refugees and asylum seekers of South Asian region, despite the protection granted by international law, also faces many difficulties in their migratory process, especially as the process of obtaining refugee status has become increasingly complicated, and it is more and more difficult to find countries willing to receive refugees. The main push factors for migration in South Asia are lack of decent job opportunities, wages, disparity, poverty, high population growth, political instability, lack of security, and drought. Migration from conflict into cooperation. It is argued that security is defined through discourse, therefore security is basically what the political actors make of it. What is meant by this discourse or the speech acts depends solely on the context. When an issue like migration is labeled as a threat against national security by the political actors through discourse, migration becomes a threat against national security, and then all extraordinary measures like discrimination against immigrants or even attacking immigrants would be justified, since all those measures will be considered a mode of protection of national security. Now, let me very briefly introduce you to the participants who are going to discuss with you, make their presentation and discuss things with you. They are very, very briefly, I'm introducing the panelists. Number one is Dr. Werner Fasselman. Dr. Werner Fasselman was born on March 5th, 1944 in Lower Austria. From February 2000 until 2002, he was the third Speaker of the Austrian Parliament. From December 1990 until February 2000, he was the Federal Minister for Defense. He has also strongly supported Austria's active participation in EU as well as in NATO, and initiated and organized the first meeting of EU Ministers of Defense in 1998. Furthermore, he founded the Central European Cooperation and Peacekeeping in 1997, from January 1997 until October 2003. He has been holding the position in the Austrian People's Party. Since 2015, he was the president of Political Academy of Austrian People's Party. Sir, right. Our next participant is Professor Afsar needs no introduction, but I'll give you a very brief introduction of the man who has played a very important role in promoting discourse culture in Minhaj University. Dr. Afsar has a distinguished career with several United Nations organizations across the globe. He has an extensive experience in peace and conflict resolution, poverty alleviation, diplomacy, interfaith harmony, climate change, and project and risk management. He has served at the United Nations UN responsible for implementation of multi-million-dollar projects in Africa, South America, and East Europe. He has also worked with the United Nations Department of Peacekeeping, serving in several war-hit conflict zones, among others in Bosnia, Randava, and Somalia. He left the United Nations in the year 2017 to work as a volunteer across various developing countries on a variety of social, economic, and environmental thematic areas and projects. Dr. Rathore is the founding father and president of LIOS, a soil organization, an Austrian-based NGO providing policymakers and other stakeholders with solutions to the globally escalating issues of loss of fertile topsoils, land erosion, desertification, as well as promotes representative agricultural management methods. Our third representative here is Dr. Nasira Shah. Nasira Shah recently joined the Lahore School of Economics, Pakistan, and professor of migration and development. In previous time, she was professor of demography at the Department of Community and Behavioral Sciences at the Kuwait University for about 30 years. Professor Shah received her doctoral degree in population dynamics from Johns Hopkins University School of Public Health, Baltimore, USA. Before joining Kuwait University, she worked in Hawaii, USA, at the East-West Population Institute and at Pakistan Institute of Development Economics, Islamabad. Besides international migration, her research has focused on various themes, including the role of social factors in infant and child mortality, predictors of fertility and contraceptive use, women's role and status, utilization of health services, and psychological and physical health of older people. Now, I would like to thank you all for being here and pass on the table to the participants. We will start with Professor Dr. Werner Feldman. He will be the first speaker, and I hope you will give him a patient hearing and listen to what he has to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to be here, but also for this opportunity to talk about one of the challenges of our period, one of the major challenges. And if you allow, you know, when micro is not so good. It's better now? Okay. Before I knew the exact program of this conference, I just tried to find out what would I like to talk about when I make my next visit in Pakistan. And one of the themes, and it was the first one, was, of course, the demographic factor. And then when I got the program, I had already prepared a bigger list of pictures. Therefore, please excuse when I have to get over them, because if I would present it, you would sit here until midnight, I guess. Okay, so far I will try to make it pretty fast. And first of all, maybe present a few data about the global situation, and then go immediately into the situation of Pakistan. So the first picture I have prepared is this statistics about international migration. This comes out from the latest report from March of this year, and this means that we have internationally almost 300 million people migrating, 281 exactly. And the surprising fact for many people is that the difference between male and females is not as big as I would have supposed at the beginning. It's 146 million male people and 135 million female people. This probably depends very much on labor migration. but maybe we can talk a little bit about more about it later on. It is quite interesting that if you look at this number, you can see, that out of the 281 million migrants, 169, almost 170 million are labor migrants, migrant workers, and around about 114 million, the data do not fit exactly together, 114 million are political migrants, asylum seekers, and so on. And therefore, we have to look at this question certainly from two sides. Maybe I take the next picture. You can see out of almost 90 million people who were living in displacement globally, there were 26 million asylum refugees globally and more than 4 million asylum seekers. But in addition to that come 55 million people who are displaced persons, and many, many of them are displaced in their own country, if you just are thinking of countries like Syria. If we go to the next picture, we can see, that in different continents, the situation is quite different. You can see that the highest number of international migrants that has increased quite fast in the last years is shown in Europe, number one before Asia, and wide ahead of all the others. And now maybe just another picture about the map of the share of international migrants. The darker the color, the more migrants you will have, and you can see the highest concentration is in Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, and almost all of them are labor migrants. I do not go into details. I just want to tell you that in Austria located ICMPD, this is the International Center for Migration Policy and Development. A good friend of mine is the head of it. It is a European institution. It is a partner of this university. They are doing really excellent research work, and I only can propose you this latest migration outlook of 2024. So far, if you want to go into details, you can see or you can really get out many, many exact informations. It would go too far in order to go into details. Now, I want to occupy myself a little bit with the situation here in the country. Of course, for migration, Pakistan is a major country. Why? Because on the one hand, you have millions of people coming from outside, around about 4 million people coming from Afghanistan only, but also from other countries. But you also have millions of people, millions of Pakistanis migrating to other countries. And this, to an extent, that you have to say this has become an economic factor of very high importance. Around about $24 billion a year are sent from Pakistanis from out of foreign countries into Pakistan, which means this is an equivalent of round about 7% of GDP is earned by Pakistanis outside the country. Insofar, you can already see how important this factor is for the country. And now the question comes, what will happen in the future? And now I have to go over a few maps in order to go. Yeah, I want to start with this one. This is the region with highest population growth in the next 50 years or until the end of the century. And you can see it is especially two regions of the world, Africa as a whole and the southern part of the Asian continent, which means West Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. All the other regions in the world are either stagnant or even decreasing very fastly, as for example, the Far East, which means China and Japan, for example. Japan is already in a big trouble with its demographic development, and China probably will be confronted with a similar development. I mean, if you look to different expectations and perspectives, it could be that at the end of the century, China only could have maybe only half of the population it has at the moment. And this certainly would mean, of course, also quite a difference for the political stance, for the political global development. But I do not want to go deeper in it. I said, you know, if you look at those regions, you can say, okay, Africa does have a horrific development, I would say, you know, and at the same time, of course, the big challenge that they have development challenges at the same time. And therefore, I would say, let's occupy ourselves, especially with South Asia. And South Asia, you can see that from now to 2050, the population will increase around about from 2 billion to 2.5 billion. It will have its peak around 2070, 75, and at the end of the century, it will decrease again. And therefore, the question of workforce and what can be done in this region might be quite interesting. If you look at the workforce in Asian regions, then you can see here 3 different piles: 2020, 2050, and 2100. And you can see that the workforce, this is the population aged between 20 and 64, in 2020 is led by East Asia. East Asia, this is the blue pillar that you can see, followed by South Asia, and then Southeast Asia as the smallest one. Already in 2050, this will have changed completely. East Asia only will have 0.8 billion people as a workforce, compared to 1.4 billion in South Asia, and Southeast Asia being more or less constant in absolute figures. And if you look further on to 2100, you can see that once again, East Asia will shrink only half of the size they will have in 2050, and at the same time, you can see that this will mean that South Asia will have a decisive importance for the labor market, not only in Asia, but for the global labor market. If we now look at different countries, I have taken the 4 South Asian countries: Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, and Myanmar. I do not want to go into details. These are the curves of prognosis for those countries. But if you look at them from the beginning to the end, you can say, okay, the 3 other countries, India, Bangladesh, and also Myanmar, will have at the end of the century round about the same size as they have now. But at the same time, Pakistan will develop and will increase heavily. it will double its population and also have, of course, a much bigger labor force, especially if you compare it with the others. So if we look at the economic situation at the moment, you can see this is a comparison of the GDP between India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. Okay, you can see, you know, that GDP could be a bit higher if you compare it with the two others. And you can see also that India has made a big progress in the last few years, whereas Bangladesh and Pakistan did not have such a development. Insofar, it is always good to look also at the neighbors, what they have done. If we now look for the reasons, you can see, you know, India shows a heavy increase of exports of goods and services in the last years. This also was one of the bases for this economic development, different to Bangladesh and to Pakistan. And if we go further on and try to find out what are the reasons, you know, or where do the exports go to, then you can see, I show you for Pakistan, the list of the imports. From the imports, at the top is China with $16 billion, followed by United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Qatar, and then United States. If you compare it with your exports, then you can see the list is absolutely different. It's the United States at place number 1, almost 2.5 as much as China, then United Kingdom, then Netherlands, then Germany, and if you sum it up, European Union, most of the exports from Pakistan go to EU, much more than to US or to China. Yeah, but the most interesting thing is, if you look at that, there is practically no neighboring country in your export statistics. If I compare this with any other region in the world, you can say most of the exports usually do go into the neighborhood. This is the same in Europe as in America. For the United States, Mexico is the biggest or the most important partner, and vice versa. In Europe, of course, in Austria, it is Germany. 33% of our exports go over there. And what is really interesting, you know, from our exports, we have 8 neighbors. 5 of them are very small. This is Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, and Switzerland. Together around about 35 million people. But our exports that go into those 5 small countries do have the same size or are even bigger than into the 5 biggest countries like US, China, Russia, India, and Japan. What is the reason? Only big companies and with high technology can go overseas. But every company, also a smaller, medium-sized country, can go cross-border and do services or sell goods. And this is why it is so important. Therefore, if you want to increase your economic statistics, your exports, you have to think of your neighborhood. And you are in the difficult situation that on the one hand, from your neighbors, you only have a very small common border with China. You have big borders with Afghanistan and also with Iran. You know the difficult situation. You hardly will find them in the statistics. Why? Because due to their economic situation and political situation. And you have, of course, also the challenge of India, where there is almost no contact. And therefore, sooner or later, the question probably will have to come up whether this should not be gradually changed due to the changing political situation that is going on. Not in the interest of your neighboring country, but in the interest of your country. If you want to have a market of 1.5 billion people in your immediate neighborhood, 200 million Muslim people in your immediate neighborhood east of the country, you cannot renounce eternally for this market. This is my judgment. Of course, I know how sensitive this question is. I do not want to go into any discussion here, but I just want to show how important this will be. Okay, I slowly will come to an end. Let me look at the next statistics. This is the demographic development of Pakistan. The blue sector is the male sector, the pink sector is the female sector. And if you look at it, you can see, it's not very hard to see, that every year now, around about 2.5 until 3 million male people are getting the age of going into economy, of getting out of their family, founding their own family, and therefore being challenged economically. 2.5 to 3 million yearly. And this will mean that not even the best government easily can provide such a sum of jobs. And at the same time, you look at the statistics, and this is also the reason why it is separated between male and female. At the same time, you have the factor that you not only will need around about 30 million new jobs for male Pakistani people, but at the same time, more and more females will have the tendency to go also into business and economy. They will try for jobs. And therefore, the sum of 30 million jobs, needed jobs, is not enough and will not be enough. And if we go further on, there is another statistics I wanted to show you. This is the grade of urbanization that you have. And you can see urbanization in Europe is around about 75% of the population. In Asia, as a total, it's 53%. In Pakistan, you have 37%, which means that in the coming years, the tendency to go into the big centers of the country will increase immensely. And therefore, you will have three factors. It's the overall demographic development. It's also the tendency that more and more women will go into business, and at the same time, urbanization, which will mean that you have an inland migration of an enormous size and capability. And this is, as far as I see it, the most challenging factor for the country, for Pakistan. Because what you need in such a situation is not just a normal reaction. You need extraordinary means in order to master at least the biggest part of the challenges you are confronted with. And with these words, I want to close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very enlightening and very informative information about Pakistan and the kind of problems we are likely to face in the future. Now, I hand over the speak to our next speaker, Dr. Rathore. He'll be.
Thank you very much, dear moderator. Thank you very much, Dr. Faisal Aban, for a very comprehensive statistics eye-opening. My presentation will be more or less based on my usual practical experience around the world. I will share with you what I have seen and observed and experienced. So therefore, if you talk about migration, I think most of the Pakistanis should know that their forefathers all came from different part of the world or different part of the South Asia after the migration in 1947, including people who are sitting here probably. We all are, I myself, when I see that was born in a country, educated in the second country, in the third country, living in 127 country, working for the UN. Constantly in my whole life, I was an immigrant, a legal immigrant, not the illegal. We are today will be more concentrating on the illegal migration and the consequences. And then I will also show you there are opportunity, huge opportunity for legal migration and for that. So let's go first and talk about, my presentation will be, as I said, I will talk about risk and challenges of migration, and then I will talk legal migration to Europe. And European Union itself has challenges to overcome the legal migration procedure and of course the opportunity. And my next point will be role of the Pakistani education institution. What can Pakistani institution can contribute in order to enhance legal migration? And last, my recommendation will be, I had hoped some policy maker will be here from the government of Pakistan, but unfortunately I was told they are not here. So there will be some recommendation for the policy maker or the stakeholder. Let's go to the illegal migration. And what are the reasons of the illegal migration is, I met few people, and one of them, I will talk about him. I met the family in South Punjab recently, and they say nobody want to leave his country, but poverty, lawlessness, and unemployment, hunger force people to migrate. And this is which I think I have met some 700 plus illegal migrant around Europe, and talking to them, and this is more or less everybody's same story. So now we go to the reason for illegal migrant on that. Okay, there is one thing which need to be also, social media is a very good platform. However, social media is also very much misused. And this is the information I was given, that the human trafficker used the social media, giving them a very lucrative offers, telling them the stories, success stories, how people were illegally migrated and how they made their life. And so they see their opportunity, but while on the other hand, they see no opportunity at home. No job market is available, there is no income, and so they are a very vulnerable group to this human trafficker. Then they see limited opportunity for legal migration, because Europe, exactly as in North America, Australia, New Zealand, which are the destination for legal migration, there is a very strict migration policy. There is eligibility criteria which is very high, and then there is a visa problem. You have to overcome that. And then, as I said that before, they believe, they have this notion or this perception that they have a better life in the West. They will get a better healthcare, education, social welfare. Of course, they are available, but not for the illegal migrant, unfortunately. Then there is Dr. Faisal Aban very comprehensively talk about the problem, the population growth. This is also one of the main factor for these illegal migrants, when they were telling me about their stories, that they have a big family and they have to support financially, and they cannot get a job in Pakistan, or not that they can support the whole family, and therefore they are forced to do illegal migration in order to earn more, and hoping that they will be in a better position to help their family. Then economic turmoil, unemployment, inflation, corruption, nepotism, terrorism, extremism, religious and ethnic conflict. These are all the factors which I could have collected from all these illegal migrants during the last 5 years. So what is then, what is the challenges of illegal migrant? migration or for the migrant. So first of all, they are vulnerable to the human trafficker, okay? Exploitation, the torture, sexual exploitation, forced labor. It is, I call it, even the UNODC, United Nations Office for Drugs and Crime, call it modern slavery. Okay, and then physical and health challenges. People have walked, I have talked to the people who have walked from Balochistan up to Turkey on thousands of kilometers walking and going through the very, very difficult terrain. Furthermore, most of them use, when they arrive Turkey, they use, again, very, very unsafe vehicle, whether they are trucks or they are these vessels. And there you have seen that a lot of people were drowned or suffocated with that. I can show you later on a statistic about that. Then there is a legal vulnerability. They have no legal rights and they will be exploited. Even when they are illegally migrated and arrived in one of the Western countries, then employers know they have no legal protection. So rather than giving a proper job, they've been exploited. Some of them I talked, they have not been given paid for months and months, and most of them were given very low pay, which is hardly to live. Then lack of access, they have no, of course, lack of access to employment, social protection, medical facilities, anything. And then public service. Then the public have also a resentment against, I have experienced that myself, then talking to them and observing them in the different detention centers or in the different refugees camps, that the local population feel threatened, they feel they are exploited, they are taking advantage of their health, education, and social system, so they have this kind of a resentment. And since these people, most of these illegal migrants have no jobs, no opportunity, they are very vulnerable for the criminal organization which exploit them for drugs smuggling, for smuggling, crime, sexual exploitation, etc., etc. Now, risks and challenges of illegal migration for Pakistan. FIA, Pakistan Federal Investigation Agency, said Pakistan is the 4th largest country for illegal migration in 2022. 30 to 40,000 Pakistani migrate illegally every year, according to FIA. And then they are mostly using the land route, which is Iran, Balochistan, Iran, Turkey, and then try to come to Europe. And sea route is again the Balochistan, Gwadar, Gulf of Amman, North Africa, and then try to get to South Europe. Number of illegal migrants killed every year. In 2013, IOM, International Organization for Migration, started collecting the data for illegal migration since 2014. And they have, according to their statistic, in 2023, I don't want to go back to 2014, but 2023, 8,600 people got killed around the world. And it is not included the death in the refugees camp, in the detention center, or in housing or so 300 Pakistani, I think last year, drowned in an overcrowded boat in Greece. And there was a big kind of a breaking news here. I was hoping that something lesson has been learned from that tragedy and some action has been taken, but unfortunately we have not seen, except a few discussion on the television few days, and then everything is again on the normal situation. 3,500 Pakistani illegal migrants, and that is where I came. Bosnian-Herzegovina ambassador in Austria is a very good friend of mine, and he requested me 3 years ago, please come with me to Bosnia and see the destiny of these Pakistani. We have been 3,500 Pakistani living for 8 years in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which is a very poor country, and we cannot support them anymore. So this is when I went there, I will show you some of the photo. In inhumane condition they were living. It was really heartbreaking, but they have no way to go back. And government of Pakistan was also somehow the other not willing to take them back because they lost all their identity. This is the first thing what they do, illegal migrants, they burn their identity, their passport and their NICs or whatever, in order not to be identified from which country they are coming. According to the Pakistani statistic, approximately 20,000 Pakistani were deported from different countries in the last 10 years. So these are the situation, this is a risk. What I want to tell you that there are legal way to migrate. However, when you do choose that, end destination is again deportation. Very few people have made to stay there. I just want to show you, these are the photos I have taken. As I say, I don't want to show them where there are very heartbreaking photos which I don't want to show. These are the people who have been walking from Turkey through East Europe trying to get to the West Europe for thousands and thousands kilometers. This is the condition these immigrants are living illegally in different places. And this is their end. And this is, as I said, this is a very sad kind of a story. When you see that kind of photos, how this is the end. So there is a way, but if you really choose and try to explain to your friends, family, that there are ways to go for the legal migration rather than going for the illegal migration, because after taking so much risk, losing so much money, at the end you may be either lose your life or you might also end up in a box, unfortunately. So this is the family I visited. I mentioned before, this is in South Punjab. Mr. Nadeem, he took loan of 2.2 million rupees, which is 15,000 euro, and with the hope and what the human trafficker has promised him that he can earn within 3 months this money and he can return. He took the loan, and now today what happened? This Nadeem unfortunately died while crossing the Mediterranean Sea. The family is now indebted with 2.2 million. They are forced now to sell their house, and with 7 members of his family, they are out of house now. So this is the unfortunate situation and the reality of this. So people, whoever try to go to and fall to the traps of this illegal migrant, they have the same story. From 15 to 20,000 euro they are spending, and I am telling them, had you have this much money or borrow this much money, invest and try to make small businesses, you will even earn more than what you will earn in Europe as an illegal migrant, even if you achieve there. So there is also now, there is a way to migrate to the legally to European Union. However, European Union have also their own challenges. Number one challenge is the European Union has labor shortages. They have, as Dr. Faisal Aban just explained, very comprehensively demographic. Europe is aging, and they have less and less new baby born, and therefore they have a huge challenge to overcome with the shortages of human. European Union have also one thing, they have to compete against the destinations like US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, where most of the South Asian, and even African, they would like to go there. So there is less appetite to go to European Union because of the language barrier. This is one of the major factors. Then European Union has also its own very complex immigration rules and regulation, which is changing. Every year they will change, and there is no transparency there. Then there is a lengthy qualification recognition process. Your degrees, your diplomas are not recognized. I can give you an example. Philippine nurses are considered to the best in Asia, for example. And Germany last year or 2 years ago, they brought some few hundred nurses. I met them in Germany, and they've been complaining that they have not given the job as a nurses, but only as a helper. And they are very unhappy, and they would like to go back to that. So because of this all lengthy qualification process, you are even if you are migrated, your degrees or your diplomas are not recognized. And then there is, European Union had this single employer work permit, just like Middle East. So if you come with, to Siemens, and Siemens is your sponsor, you have to live with Siemens. So then you will be exploited somehow. They have now changed recently. I think they are working on it to change it. Then the lengthy family reunification process. This is also something when I want to go and emigrate somewhere legally, and my family come after 5 years, 7 years, I am probably no more so much interested to go there. And then this policy and changes and uncertainty. In European Union also the policies are constantly changing because of the nationalist parties are winning and they are against the migration. So therefore there is a big challenge for that. So these are the challenges what European Union has, and they are working on that to overcome these challenges. The next is then the entry requirement, limited legal avenue for migration. So as Dr. Faisal Aban just mentioned that European demography and change the aging of the population, in 2022 to 2100, we will have minus 6.5% less population, mean 30 million less according to the European statistic. European Union labor market is in 2022 with 265 million, and European in 2030, 6 years from now, they will have 7 million less people working in shortages of 7 million. Then the shortage of labor by 2035 will be 50 million. So it means European Union will have to import 5 million legal immigrant every year. Just give you an example. For example, in European Union by 2030, they need 11 million ICT expert, and they only have right now 9 million. So 11 million will be short, more than 55% of that. So there is, as I said, legal migration. So legal migration is possible, but you have to have a very highly qualified, they need highly qualified labor with relevant field experience. Means this experience should be related to that education. Then extensive years of professional experience. Then language is very important in European Union. German being the most spoken language in Europe, not the English as then Spanish and French. Soft skills should be also part of your curriculum. Highly developed IT skills are required. Point system or other country-specific criteria are available. What sector European Union is mostly looking forward? That is STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, information and communication technology, health and social sector, including nurses and paramedic staff, and highly skilled technical workers. So I will just give you here, share you, there is a platform European Union few years ago started as a pilot project, which has been converted now into real project, where they have established the so-called European Union talent pool. And when you click on that, you will find that there are millions of jobs available. However, what you have to do is you will find there are 5,000 European employers, big employers registered in this platform, and approximately right now there are 4 million jobs are open. For this job, when you apply, you don't need to pay any, I just say again, and you don't need to pay any fee to any agent. You don't need anybody for that. What you need to just to click on this home page and just follow the instruction. So you don't need any agent, you don't need to pay any fees. You just need to follow that instruction. You just need to register on this portal and create your own account. There is also a blue card, just like American green card. There is also a European Union blue card has been issued also or established. So far, because of the challenges I mentioned before, the response from the countries were not so excited. So there are, I think by 2022, I was told there are only, out of 1 million jobs, only 37,000 applicants has applied for this blue card, European Union blue card. There is also now long-term care migration is possible because European Union, as Dr. Faisal Aban also mentioned, the population is aging, so more and more medical facilities are required, and therefore more and more paramedic staff is required. So therefore they are looking for medical care migration. There is another system of migration for innovation, for example, in IT branch, and then there is a youth migration program. All that you can find in this homepage or this what I have just shared with you. I am very quickly I'm going. This is something which is also an Austrian homepage where they need MSc, PhD in power engineering for agriculture and mechanical ICM, technician with high level of training in power engineering and paramedic staff, etc. And there's also one from Denmark. I just took that too for your further information. So these are all possibilities where you can legally apply. Now, what is the? I will just go now very quickly because time is very short. What is the role of Pakistani Technical Educational Institution? What can they do? And that is the biggest problem when a young person with 18 come to the university, has no idea what is my career perspective, what is the possibility I can get my future, and they have to be. There should be a career counseling at the university. Every university should have kind of a workshop, kind of a exhibition on for the first day when the entrant wants to study. So university has this responsibility to guide them correctly. Then there should be a skill development program at the university in your bachelor or master degree with technical and soft skills should also be included. Then language proficiency is very important. I just mentioned German, English, French, and Spanish if you want to go to the and then internationalization initiative, which is the study abroad program. I started with Dr. Yasser, with the help of Dr. Yasser, with one of the university in Karachi, Greenwich University, and one of the university in Vienna, and we have just started the Erasmus program. Some of their students are coming to Vienna to study, and some of their students are not coming to Karachi, but they have another campus in Mauritius, so they are going to Mauritius and studying there. So that kind of program also bring a lot of experience, expertise, and knowledge about the European Union working environment. Then we have also the dual degree program. We have just started negotiating with and signed an MOU with the Minhaj University, with the Sigmund Freud University, Vienna, and hopefully this program will be started very soon. So this is something which will also be overcome this complicated equalization process in the European Union. So your degree will be immediately recognized in Europe. Internship and research and work program, this should be also explored and see that and implemented. Then the networking, a lot of Pakistani PhD scholars have studied abroad, and when they come back, they should also start here kind of a networking and build a group in order to get all the information, first-hand information from abroad. Recommendation to the policymaker, I'm going very quick. The number one is combat irregular migration and human trafficking. This is the responsibility of the state, that they should make sure that such a human trafficker not exploiting the Pakistani population. improve education system. Yeah, this is one thing which has been criticized very heavily. I have seen that I think under 800 world ranking, I could not find any Pakistani university. So there is a big gap, and there is a big deficiency in Pakistan education system which need to be drastically improved. Curriculum alignment and skill development is need of the hour. Then recognition of qualification, as I mentioned, you have to improve your education in order to be equally recognized by the West. Unfortunately, it's not the case now. Improve documentation and identification. NADRA, whenever somebody leaves the country, they should have a record that when he left, say, because this Bosnian 3,500 Pakistani could not come back here because there was no record of them, and NADRA was refusing to accept them as a Pakistani. It was a long process. Took few years before they could finally come back to the country. Then cooperation or the border management with your neighboring country in order to curtail the illegal migration, and the migration policy should be established and implemented. Pakistan is a very good country making the policy, but implementation unfortunately doesn't work. Okay, then the diplomatic engagement with the EU stakeholder. You have the mission in every country, and they should explore all the possibility where the legal migration is required, and accordingly Pakistan can send the legal migrant there. And the last thing is entrance cooperation with European institutions and stakeholders. This should also be explored and seen what could be done. Strengthen rule of law, governance, and security economy. This is its own, as I said, this last bullet is something which I can talk on 2, 3, 4 hours, and this is the need of the hour, and this is very important. This should be the first one, but since the time is very limited in 20 minutes, I have to finish that. So that is all what I have. This is the UN headquarters in Vienna. Thank you very much for your time and patience.
Thank you, Dr. Chor, for a very thought-provoking and very interesting presentation. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Nasra Shah. She has recently joined Lahore School of Economics and holds a PhD in international migration from the famous Johns Hopkins University. So over to you, Dr. Sahiba. She'll also be speaking on the problematics of migration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank Minhaj University for organizing this and for including irregular migration as one of the themes that is, along with climate change and counterterrorism, put on an equal level as one of the very, as an important enough topic. And the second thing that I want to say is that I'm particularly pleased to see that many of the speakers, even at the beginning, the keynote, and what was presented by the first speaker in this session, population growth was identified as one of the key hurdles and one of the key ingredients which actually encourages or maybe even treated as a root cause of irregular migration as one of the...
I'm sorry, I have to intercede for a minute, please. We'll give you back our guest, Sayyid Yusufzai Gilani has arrived. We would like to receive him, and then, of course, you can continue with your...
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
No, please go ahead.
Okay. So is he here now?
This is what I was told. But now
okay. So I'll join him in join everyone in welcoming him, and then I think we should finish this session and then go to him, because we are now thinking in a certain framework.
Exactly.
And okay, so to continue, because I don't know where he is. So I mean, the way you put it in terms that you put migration, that was a great start, because you described not the global scene. And then you came to not just the Pakistani, but your own experience. It may be a good idea to stop.
We welcome our guests, Chairman, Senate of Pakistan, Syed Yusuf Raza Gilani, Ambassador, Austria, Andrea Vicky, and Member of Parliament, Amna Sheikh. We warmly welcome you here, sir and ma'ams.
Okay.
Sir, may I request Syed Yusuf Raza Gilani to join us on stage?
Oh, okay, that chair was. I was wondering what that empty door was. No, what they're going to, no, I mean, if he's going to speak, then I'm going to leave.
No, sir, he will not speak.
That's fine.
Put your hands together for Chairman of Pakistan, Chairman Senate of Pakistan, Syed Yusuf Raza Gilani.
Okay. Okay. So just to fill you in, sir, excuse me. So just to fill you in, what we were talking about was irregular migration in the world, and particularly focusing on Pakistan and the issues related to irregular migration. Now, we had two speakers already before you came, and they had sort of drawn a global picture of that there are 281 migrants in the world, but as far as how many of them are irregular, that really is not very well known in terms of how many. But from Pakistan, it's estimated by FIA that about 30 to 40,000 migrate irregularly every year. Now, let us remember that anywhere where there are, any country that hosts migrants, some of it is always irregular. And how does irregular migration happen? There are two main ways in which migrants become irregular. First of all, they may enter a country irregularly. And that's the 30 to 40,000 that I was talking about. The second main way is that they enter regularly. And that's the main bulk. But then they stay beyond their valid permit. And that's the second main way that irregular migration happens. The third one, which is particularly important in the case of Pakistan, is what you mentioned, sir, in terms of working for someone other than your sponsor. Because in some cases, such as in the case of the Gulf countries, and the Gulf countries, as you know, are a very important recipient for Pakistani migrants. there, not only, well, illegal entry is not that much of a problem. Overstay is a problem. But then, if you're working for someone other than your kafil or your sponsor, that's one of the main issues. And having lived in Kuwait for 30 years, I'm very familiar with that sort of a situation of irregular migrants. But there is no systematic database which actually tells us how many of such people there are, what kind of difficulties they face, and what can the government do about it. In terms of being an academician, I pay a lot of attention to how do we collect our data on this. And there is no systematic way that in the world as a whole, we collect information on irregular migration. And one of you mentioned that the IOM has been collecting such information, but not necessarily in a very systematic manner to the best of my knowledge. Okay, then let me just say a few words about Pakistan. So who do we have what we can label as irregular? I would put two main groups in the categories. First of all, the Afghan who are not refugees, and they do not have, they are not documented. I mean, we can't put the label of refugee on them, and they don't have documentation. That's a clear group of who we can call irregular migrants. The second one, which did not come up in our discussion so far, is the Biharis and the Bengalis, who in 1971, they were either here or they came, and they are still here. They're having their children here, and they are definitely in an irregular situation, but that is a group that we do not talk about. And that I feel that we do need to pay some attention to. Okay, in terms of data again, now in Europe, the Eurostat is collecting and publishing information regularly by country of origin, including Pakistan. And so that's a good source from where we can get information. So in 2023, it was reported that there are about 40,000 persons of Pakistani origin who were illegally present in Europe. But they've reported numbers as high as twice that, or 80,000 in 2025. And then the Frontex reports, which those of you who are particularly from Austria and other places must be very familiar with. They give fairly detailed data. And in some of our analysis at the Lahore School, we are now analyzing, so actually the numbers in terms of what do we know about this. And so one of the points that I just want to make is that there are several thousand where a return decision actually has been made for, and Pakistanis are about 5.3% of all the return decisions. But not all of those return decisions are actually implemented. And that's one of the, in the literature that you see, that's one of the issues that is identified. So let me just stop there. And again, thank Minhaj University and all the panelists for such a rich discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Oh, well.
Okay, so
Ji,
how do you want? Should we go down? Should we stay?
No, sir. Ji, yeah.
Stay here. May I request Syed Yusuf Raza Gilani, Chairman, Senate of Pakistan, to the podium to share his thoughts regarding the conference. Please put your hands together for Syed Yusuf Raza Gilani.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Conference Chair, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors of Menhaj University, Lahore. Respected Conference Co-Chair, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor of Menhaj University. Distinguished Ambassador Mansoor Ali Khan, Pakistan former Ambassador to Afghanistan and Austria. Distinguished international and national speakers. Dr. Alqama, esteemed guest faculty and students, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored and pleased to address this distinguished international conference on navigating regional dynamics from conflict of cooperation in South Asia. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to Menhaj University, Lahore. It is esteemed leadership and dedicated organizers for bringing together such a distinguished group of international and national speakers. Your commitment to encourage dialogue and understanding on regional affairs is commendable and vital in these times replete with both challenges and opportunities. This conference has encouraged a much needed debate for a better, more harmonious world, and expert opinions here serve as a guiding light as we navigate the complexities of our region. Ladies and gentlemen, South Asia is faced with numerous challenges and complexities. From historical disputes to political tensions and security threats, the road to regional stability has been a challenging one. The long-standing Kashmir dispute between India and Pakistan, the issue of terrorism, tenuous peace and stability, cross-border crime, and drug smuggling are some of the critical factors shaping this regional dynamics. However, we must understand and navigate these dynamics to foster a future peace and cooperation. I want to emphasize Pakistan remains steadfast in its commitment to regional and international peace. We have consistently taken initiative to facilitate dialogue, peace talks, and conflicts resolutions. Pakistan has been one of the largest contributions to United Nations peacekeeping. Pakistan has always played a crucial role in hosting talks between the Afghan Taliban and the United States government, aiming to find a peaceful resolution to conflict in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, our approach in navigating regional dynamics has evolved. We have shifted our focus from traditional geopolitics to the realm of geoeconomics. Reorganizing an interdependence of nations, we believe that economic cooperation and regional connectivity hold the key to sustainable peace. This paradigm shift brings forth new opportunities for growth and prosperity transcending borders and fostering mutual understanding. We envision the region as an engine of growth through collaborative efforts and a commitment to poverty alleviation, financial inclusion, and social justice. We envision the region as an engine of growth through collaborative efforts and commitment to poverty alleviation, financial inclusion, and social justice. Pakistan is committed to promoting socio-economic developments in the region. We believed in shared prosperity as we understand that the thriving and stable South Asia requires inclusive growth, poverty alleviation, and socio-economic uplift. Shared prosperity is not just a lofty ideal, it's a pragmatic necessity. Research and analysis have consistently shown that increased regional connectivity will boost the collective GDP of our nations. Therefore, it is imperative that we unite under a shared vision of bringing inclusive and sustainable socio-economic growth to all corners of our region. To achieve these goals, we have launched cooperative development initiatives such as China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, and the Culture Asia-South Asia CASA 1000 project. CPEC is a flagship project of a Belt and Road Initiative, connects Western China to the Arabian Sea through Pakistan, promoting trade, infrastructure, development, and energy cooperation. Additionally, CASA 1000 facilitates the sale of surplus electricity from Tajikistan to Kyrgyzstan to Pakistan and Afghanistan, fostering shared benefits and regional integration. Distinguished guests, while Pakistan is committed to regional development, we cannot accomplish this alone. We call upon the regional partners, countries, and the international community to actively support and engage in promoting peace, stability, and economic growth in South Asia. Tourism carries immense potential, and we can reap great benefits of jointly promoting regional tourism. I highlight this notion because tourism plays a bridging role, eliminates stereotypes, and brings people closer. People-to-people exchange must be prioritized as we strive to create more stable and prosperous South Asia. Through bilateral and multilateral partnership, joint investments, and promotion of good governance, we can create a favorable environment for shared prosperity. Pakistan is committed to regional cooperation, peace-building efforts, and transforming complex region into a pivot of growth through collaborative efforts in socio-economic development. I strongly believe that shared vision of the region, as well as international support, it is necessary for realizing the goal of cooperation, stability, prosperity, and peace within South Asia. In my capacity as the chairman of the Senate, I pledge our full support to initiatives to promote peace, stability, and prosperity in our region. We stand ready to engage with our neighbors and meaningful dialogue and cooperation with the shared goal of building a brighter future for all. Let us collectively work together as a region that not only overcomes its historical conflicts, but also emerges as a beacon of stability, prosperity, and shared development. Thank you very much.
Now the House is open for question and answer session.
Ji, I will request that he's our chief guest, of course, but the panelists, they spoke on the subject. Therefore, I will request you to kindly ask questions to the panelists. Thank you.
But there will be no media-related questions, please. This is a humble request.
But I don't want that you should ask political questions and to undermine what has taken place in the conference. ये वो बाद में घर आ जाएं, घर आ जाएं. Because wherever I go, I stick to the agenda. Because I had been the former speaker as well. I follow the agenda.
Assalamu alaikum. My question is to respected Chairman Senate. And the question is about today's topic. Sorry, ma'am.
Can you please stand up?
No, I can't stand. I can only stand in the respect of my teachers. अच्छा, प्लीज़ क्वेश्चन अगर करने की इजाज़त दे दें.
करें.
Sir, question ये है कि माशाल्लाह you have authority and you belong to a party who have the biggest authority today. I want to know just what do you have really something practical that you have planned for your youth in upcoming 5 years to stop this illegal immigration, definitely from the country, that people find opportunity over here, both in business as well as in job sector. Any two short-term or long-term solutions that will really work for our youth. Thank you, Jazakallah.
Thank you very much. It's a very good question, but you have addressed me as if I am the most powerful person here. But I must tell you that I'm not the part of the government. I'm only heading the constitutional position. But whatever the policies are being made or whatever it is brought to the House, I will definitely support the youth. Because I always believe that 65% of the population in Pakistan consists of youth. And that is a great potential for Pakistan. And my motto as a Prime Minister was that minorities and women, they are my constituency. Therefore, you must be assured that whatever the government will be doing, my contribution would be that without youth, we can't achieve our goals.
Right. Next.
Representative from Lahore College for Women University. My question is from Dr. Afsar Rathore. Sir, you had been the former
Can you
executive.
raise your hand so that
Yeah, it's me.
Yes.
You had been the former executive of UN. Don't you think so that IOM, UN Migration, should pass a bill or make some recommendations that the
Repeat again.
okay.
इसको दूर रखें.
Yeah, IOM, International Organization of Migration, should pass a bill or make some recommendations that the migration should be allowed in the highly developed states instead of the developing ones, so that there could be created a balance, as we all know about the north-south gap, And I also wanted to highlight one thing that Mr. Yusuf Raza Gilani, being a student of political science, is a great inspiration to me. But I would be genuinely happy if you would not be holding that paper or doing the paper reading or using your own words. Thank you so much.
Actually, this was the text which I had to be part of the history, that I said this thing. Because tomorrow, the people sitting media over here, they can change whatever I had said. Therefore, once I quote Churchill was having a press conference, and there was a person from the media, he brought something, a new equipment which was never introduced in the world, and that was tape. And we said, what's this? He said, sir, whatever you will say, we will tape it. He said, don't you know I'm a politician? I can contradict this very moment. Therefore, I'm telling you, I, being the former Prime Minister, the Speaker, and the Leader of the Opposition in the upper house, now the Leader of the House, of the upper house, I don't say anything which is a slip of tongue. And there had been politicians who had been saying things and they changed the next moment. Therefore, I don't want that they should say something which is not authentic. And for the migration, you have asked one question. There are a lot of ambassadors. They call on us, and there are problems of youth and others. 2 days back, the American ambassador called on me. I said, there are a lot of problems my students are facing for difficulty getting visas. You should be a little more lenient so that they can go and study. And at the same time, there is administrative something control that should be lifted so that the business community, the politicians, and the students, they can go and work there, because the process takes years. You should make things easier for them. Therefore, I have parliamentary groups, friendship groups, so that those friendship groups, suppose if I'm a member of a friendship group of, suppose, Turkey, therefore, any problems related to Turkey, and my parliamentary group will go there, visit there, meet their leaders, and exchange of visits that would help us to solve their problems. Therefore, we are aware, and nobody has been so experienced, very few as I am. Therefore, I know the problems of youth, because I have not started from the top. I started from the grassroots level as a member district council and rose to the level of Prime Minister and the Chairman Senate. Therefore, I've struggled. And you said you are from which college? From? Lahore College. I'm from your brother's college. I'm a Ravian. I'm from Government College, Lahore. And therefore, from Government College, Ravian, there in 125 years celebration, there were only four prime ministers, and Vajpayee, Jamali, Nawaz Sharif, myself, and now Shahbaz Sharif. There are only 5 prime ministers in more than 25 years. And in Punjab University, I am the only one who rose to the level of prime minister in the subcontinent.
My name is Muhammad Ahsan. May I speak the question? Okay. My name is Muhammad. Sir, here, please. Here.
Please. Your name is?
My name is Muhammad Ahsan Ayub. I am a student of political science in this university. I believe that your government, People's Party, was the champion or the pioneer of the 18th Amendment in the Constitution, even in the making of this 1973 Constitution. So one of the key features of the 18th Amendment was the abolishment of the concurrent list and making separate the federal and the provincial subjects. while attending this conference, we come to the conclusion that the environment or the climate change is a purely subject of provincial government. So, ये कौन सी चीज़ है जो फेडरेशन को या फेडरल लेवल को बार बार एक मोनोपली बना रहे हैं या हेजमनी है उनकी, जो प्रोविंशियल सब्जेक्ट इसको नहीं बनने दे रहे, टैक्स उधर जा रहा है, so many matters के प्रोविंशियल लेवल पर वो
You ask
इम्प्लीमेंटेशन।
a question, you are making a speech.
सर वो कौन सी, is it a threat to federation कि फेडरेशन अभी तक अपनी पावर जो है वो नीचे डिवॉल्व नहीं कर
I tell you, I don't represent anybody, not any government. This constitution of 1973 was given by Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, unanimous constitution in Pakistan. And that was a great achievement in Pakistan, that any political leader was giving Ain-e Pakistan to Pakistan. In that, there were concurrent lists. And that was a promise in the constitution that will be abolished in 10 years, but it was not. But when I came into power, that was my commitment with my party, and that was a part of my manifesto, that we will restore the original constitution of Pakistan. And what was the original constitution? The parliamentary form of government. And the parliamentary form of government was the form of government which was very close to the heart of Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, because you all are answerable to the people of Pakistan. Therefore, we restore the original constitution, and the President of Pakistan, Asif Ali Zardari, gave his own powers to the parliament, and that he made the parliament supreme. So, because it was part of our commitment with Zulfikar Ali Bhutto and with Benazir Bhutto. So, we follow the constitution, and whatever the subjects are devolved to the provincial governments, they belong to the provincial government, and which are on the federal list. Therefore, we don't want to take the powers. We were the one who were the givers, not the takers. We gave the authority, and we amended the constitution. When I took over, this was neither a parliamentary form of government nor a presidential form of government. It was hodgepodge. Therefore, we made the parliament supreme, and I used to be present in each and every question hour, so that if any minister fails to answer, I used to answer myself. आप क्वेश्चन और करना करें, आप थक जाएंगे.
Last question, but the relevant one, with irregular migration. Please stick to the topic.
Thank you so much. Sir, my name is Ikra Fazal, and my question is my respected third number guest. Sir, you comprehensively explain about the illegal migration in Pakistan, and at the last moment in the recommendation you mentioned that to stop the illegal migration we need to give at university level education, especially to students. But the thing is, the illegal migration network people mostly target those people who are less educated and have a very limited resources. What do you think about it? How can we encounter to those people and to stop the illegal migration? Thank you.
We should have good laws for that and good governance, so that people should not cheat people. I have seen so many people coming to me daily that they have taken me so much amount, and we went to Saudi Arabia, we were arrested, and they make false promises. Therefore, there are all types of people in the country. You should be more knowledgeable and awareness, so that you should not be deprived of everything through those people.
Thank you. I just, you first student asked the question about the IOM. Look, if you have observed my presentation, I very clearly mentioned there is a mandate. IOM has a mandate to facilitate. However, they cannot impose to some country. What we have offered you, or what we in the presentation explained, they are avenue, they are legal migration, as I mentioned, and with the statistic and never sharing the platform, where European Union need 50 million emigrant for the next 10 years. And this you can find on their home pages. All this relevant. What you need to do is just to log in. In connection with that, what the Excellency just mentioned also, European Union or the West do not need unskilled worker. What is required, your skill, your education. And that's why one of the reason of this takeaway from this kind of a conference is to spread the message and educate to those people who have been exploited by the human trafficker, that do not go for illegal migration. There are legal migration. However, you have to come with the skill. You have to come with the education, and that is the requirement. What is done. This is exactly when you apply for a job here, even in Pakistan, you need to have a certain criteria in order to be qualified for that job. I hope I answer your question.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I would request to join us on. Okay.
Once I was a tourism minister, and I gave visas to 50 persons. And out of 50, only 48, they disappeared and 2 came back. And what should the title be given to that?
Okay. Now I would like to invite on stage Ambassador of Austria, Her Excellency, Miss Andrea Wicki. Please share some thoughts on irregular migration.
Thank you very much for having me here. I have to say I'm not really prepared, so excuse me if I'm jumping from subject to subject. I took a lot with me now, which was very interesting. And at the very outset, I have to say I'm very impressed by your university. I just had a short round, and it's really a good place to be. I congratulate you all that you made it here. So Minhaj University had embarked on the journey of addressing the most pressing challenges of the world by bringing discussions on them and extracting policy insights in the subject matter. This one-day international conference is organized by the School of Political Science with the collaboration of School of Peace and Counterterrorism, George Mason University, Sigmund Freud University, Universal Peace Federation, and CSA. The conference hosts 3 panel discussions on the most urgent and hot topics of today's world. The challenge of climate change, with an emphasis on Pakistan and South Asia, illegal migration, as we have heard now, and counterterrorism. All these 3 topics of the panel discussions are deep-rooted in the efforts for a secure, resilient, and sustainable world for all human beings, and they are very deeply interconnected. As said by Deputy Chairman of Board of Governors, Professor Hussein Mohyuddin Qadri, in his keynote address at the conference, that the subject of national security has been replaced with human security. And what is human security? Is the freedom from fear of every kind of threat that being posed to the lives of humans, that can be either a traditional threat or interconnected, or a non-traditional threat, and they are all now transnational. They all are the same in different forms and variations for all of us, as the world is more interconnected than ever before. The human security is the freedom from want and a life with dignity, a life where a person can live with all facilities and can live, above all, peacefully. But if human security is not there, national security is also under threat, and that's very important to understand. I just want to highlight this with a simple thing. If people are very poor, we have just read in the newspaper, they are inclined to sell their children because they cannot feed them. They want them to survive, and they sell them to someone else. Maybe you have seen that from Peshawar, that viral going video on your mobile phones. Or you have people who cannot make a living with anything else, and then they just take the gun given by the terrorists, and they get a meal every day, and they go on killing people because that's the only way to survive. So human security is important for national security. So that's a very important thing. And just picking up from what I have heard now, migration is really a topic of increasing importance for the world in the face of all kinds of security threats. Overpopulation to high population growth, climate change, whatever, and the shortage of resources. And I'm very happy that I see this very valuable dialogue with Pakistan, a country that is both a recipient of migrants, illegal migrants, as well as a source of migration. So Pakistan has it both, and both sides of experience. And I think the dialogue with Pakistan for that is very valuable, especially also for Austria, because we are only a recipient country to this point until now. And for us, it's very important also to hear your point of view and your experience with both sides. And at the embassy, from a very practical point of view, if that's interesting for you, we have also an insight in the business that is trafficking, the human trafficking. As has been mentioned, that people are just robbed of their resources. We have stories of, I can't tell because I don't know how far I can go, but we had one case that was calling us, I have my Austrian visa and I have paid so much, and this stupid guy at the Islamabad airport, this Pakistani policeman, doesn't allow me to board the aircraft. The visa was fake. And he had paid, the whole village had paid for this guy 13,000 euros. So whole the village is bankrupt. And this was an uneducated guy. I mean, you all know this is not possible. I mean, you usually go to the embassy. But there are so many people that are being cheated. And I am very happy that our cooperation with Pakistan to find out about the reasons and how to counter this, quite difficult because criminality is always a step ahead, is really very good. So I'm happy that this happens here and it happens in the other fora also, the cooperation. So for the European Union, I want to say something else. I mean, we also entered now into a migration dialogue. Of course, the EU doesn't have many competences in migration. It's more the national competences, so the member states. But we started a dialogue on that, and I think this is also very precious. This week, actually, the first round is in Brussels, so on a very low level, but that's a very good start to institutionalize the dialogue. I myself, I'm working on the problems we are having with the visa for students. This is a problem also of our internal regulations conflicting with Pakistani regulations, so this is the detail. The devil is always in the detail. So I've been working now nearly for 1 year, and it's very difficult because our universities are autonomous. They can decide on their own whom they admit or not. And so to regulate this and streamline this so there's no bottlenecks and the students can having their visas issued properly in time is one of my priorities in my work in the embassy, but I tell you, it's really a very, very difficult thing. So I think that's all I can say in this respect to what I've heard from the practical side from the embassy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again for having us, and also for this wonderful cooperation I'm seeing here, very, very valuable for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Miss Andrea. Now, for shield distribution, may I invite our chief guest, Sayyid Yusuf Raza Gilani, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Board of Governors, Minhaj University Lahore, and Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University Lahore, to join us on stage for shield distribution. Dr. Khurram Shehzad and Dr. Yasir are accompanying them. Okay. First of all, I would like, Dr. Warner Fasilawan. Okay. Okay. Dr. Warner Fasilawan will be receiving his shield. Professor Dr. Afsar Rathore and Professor Dr. Nasra Shah. Please put your hands together for them. Our moderator, Professor Dr. Alkama. So you can keep it with you now. Now, now the shield will be presented to Syed Yusuf Raza Gilani by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri. Ambassador. I would like to invite Ambassador of Austria to join us on stage for her shield. Thank you so much. It is time for tea. Participants can go outside to enjoy their tea. And take your tea back in the hall.
The guests are requested to remain seated and tea will be
And the panelists are Professor Dr. Heinz Gartner, Professor Dr. Warner Fasselabend, Ambassador Mansoor Ahmed Khan, and Ross Masood. Please give them a huge round of applause. Over to you, Miss Maggie.
Welcome. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome to the panel discussion on counterterrorism. I'm incredibly honored to be allowed to moderate this panel of top-class speakers. I'm joined on the panel not only by political heavyweights, such as Austria's former Defense Minister, Dr. Werner Fasselabend, and His Excellency Ambassador Mansoor Ahmad Khan, but also by a luminary of academic discourse on peace building and nonviolence, Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner from the University of Vienna. In addition, Ross Masood, former legal advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, will give us exclusive insights into the international practice of counterterrorism. Thank you for joining us spontaneously. This is what to expect in the next 2 hours. Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner, in a metaphoric sense, will pick us up after the exciting panel on irregular migration, where we are now after a very, very long day. And I must say that Dr. Heinz is particularly experienced in dealing with tired minds, as he has more than 2 decades of experience as a university professor of political science and peace studies. His home base is the University of Vienna, from where he has traveled and continues to travel to Oxford, Stanford, Vancouver, and Erlangen, to name but a few, for teaching activities and visiting professorships. Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner is moreover chair of the advisory board of the International Institute for Peace in Vienna and chairman of the advisory committee for strategy and security policy of the Scientific Commission of the Austrian Armed Forces. A warm welcome, and please give him a big hand. After Professor Dr. Heinz's remarks, another guest of honor from Austria will take over. Dr. Fasselabend, it is a special privilege for me to welcome you here. Dr. Werner Fasselabend, Doctor of Law, was the Defense Minister of the Republic of Austria from 1990 to 2000, making him the longest-serving defense minister in the Alpine Republic. He is president of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy, head of the Academic Council of Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies in Brussels, president of Universitätszentrum Wien, and president of the Austrian Slovak and the Austrian Iranian societies. As an active member of the Austrian People's Party, he has always been a strong supporter of Austria's active participation in the European Union and the NATO Partnership for Peace. Among other things, he initiated the first meeting of EU defense ministers in 1998. Dr. Fasselabend, thank you very much for coming. This deserves a big round of applause. Following the international perspectives of Dr. Fasselabend and Professor Dr. Gärtner, we will go into regional detail with another political heavyweight. His Excellency Mansoor Ahmad Khan, former ambassador of Pakistan, is gracing us with his presence today. Mansoor Ahmad Khan has held a number of diplomatic positions, including as ambassador of Pakistan to Austria, permanent representative of Pakistan to the United Nations in Vienna, and ambassador of Pakistan to Afghanistan from 2020 to 2022. He has held diplomatic positions in Harare, capital of Zimbabwe, has been representative of Pakistan to the UN in Geneva and deputy head of the missions in Kabul and New Delhi. In 2023, Mansoor Ahmad Khan was conferred the Star of Bravery by the State of Pakistan for his service in Afghanistan in challenging situations and his support of the evacuations from the country. Thank you, Your Excellency, for taking the time to talk to us. Please applaud His Excellency. Last but not least, I welcome Ross Massoud to the panel. Ross Massoud has dealt with terrorism for a number of years as legal advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and participated in the negotiation of the draft Comprehensive Convention on Terrorism in New York. He advised the ministry on all bilateral and multilateral issues of public international law and international trade law, and represented Pakistan at various conferences. Dear Mr. Ross Massoud, heaps of thanks for joining us spontaneously. Audience, please give him a big hand. My name is Mechthild Geyer. I was born and raised in Europe, but I've been living in Lahore for half a year now, and I work at this prestigious institution here as senior lecturer in political science. Thank you. And my special thanks goes to you as the audience that after a long day and many, many hours of listening, you still give us your undivided attention. Heaps of thanks to you. We will go ahead as follows. After 20 minutes introduction to each topic by each panelist, you will have the opportunity to discuss with us in a Q&A session. I'm particularly looking forward to the Q&A session, I must say. And I want you to take notes as the thoughts or questions or comments pop up in your minds throughout the discussion. Please just drop a short note and afterwards let us know about your thoughts. We will appreciate them. Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner, to start with you. You will provide us with the bird's eye view by shedding light on the major global context of war and violence. So my first question is that our world certainly doesn't look like. Are there non-violent alternatives to counter terrorism and occupation? Of course, yes. Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner will speak from the standing desk.
Thank you, Dr. Geyer. I will come back to your questions a little later, but I promised I will answer them. Anyway, thank you for the very nice introduction. I also want to thank the organizers and especially Dr. Yasir Khan for organizing this conference. I know him for many years. I was the supervisor of his doctoral thesis in Vienna, and I'm really glad to see how students can organize such a conference and make such a distinct academic career as he did very quickly. Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear students, I will speak about concepts. Concepts are not really exciting for everybody. This reminds me of an anecdote. A former student of mine, it was not Yasir, wrote me an email: if I had 2 hours to live, I would attend your lecture. Of course, I was pleased. And then I scrolled down looking for the reason, and the student wrote, because your lecture feel like eternity. It will not take that long, Mechthild, so I will be a little bit shorter. I will talk about concepts And concepts are universal. So I'm not talking specifically about the South Asia region. And concept of terrorism, and I will link the idea or the concept of terrorism to the definitions of war. I just published the 4th edition of an encyclopedia, International Peace and Security, about definitions, and there are many definitions about terrorism and about war out there in the academic literature. I only can refer very quickly, very briefly to a few of them to give you just an impression. And also then we'll mainly talk about violence, how violence links war and terrorism. The most common definition of terrorism, I know there are many experts here working on terrorism and counterterrorism. The most common definition would be is an act of violence in order to inflict a maximum of civilian casualties for political purposes. It's a very general definition, and of course some elements are missing. And if you take the United Nations definition of terrorism, they are more explicit, talking about inflicting harm and death. Also, one definition of the United Nations talk about motivations whatsoever, whatever motivations. So in the definition I presented before, there was the explanation about for political purposes, but the United Nations take the definition a little bit larger. Also in many definitions we have the element of intent in the definition, not in all the definitions, the intent to inflict harm and death. What is also missing in this definition is about the identification of actors. Are there non-state actors? Are there state actors? Some would exclude state actors. Also, whether terrorism is military or non-military motivated. So you see, you have a wide range of definitions, and there is no universal agreed definitions. However, as academics, we have to work what we have here. If I link terrorism to war, of course, I have to include the military and non-military dimension, what the definition at the beginning did not. And war has a subjective and an objective dimension. Terrorists, in many ways, perceive themselves of being at war with government, with society. Even so, it's not an objective war. So I just want to give you a historical example. We have in Italy in the 70s, the Red Brigades or the Red Army factions in Germany, very, very small factions, but they thought they were in war, which was of course not the case. We have objective definitions of war. And there are also, like terrorism, we have many definitions. I promise, by the way, that my book will be out in English by the end of the year, so you can find these definitions later on, and if you have access, I hope free access, as your university offers free access, you can retrieve these definitions, because they focus there only or mainly on academic definitions. So we have an objective definitions of war as well, and war has to meet several criteria, and they are somehow linked to terrorism, but not as such. In a war there have to be 2 or more parties with a centralized organization. And second, at least on one side there have to be official forces, troops. Third, there has to be a certain continuity, which in this definition exclude individual specific terrorist attacks. So that's excluded by this definition of war. There is a fourth criteria, which was included especially for empirical purposes, which sounds a little cynical, but there has to be a certain number of combat casualties. There's the academic debate how big this number has to be. Originally, the Coalition of War project talked about 1,000 combat casualties. If you go lower, you don't speak of war, but you speak of military disputes. Anyway, so the wars we have here now, Ukraine, Gaza, and in your case, I guess also the Kargil War 1999 would qualify as wars according to this definition. The theoretician of the 19th century, Karl von Clausewitz, he looked at the tendencies of war, and he said war is an act of violence which always pushes to the extremes. There are only 2 possibilities to end a war. One is the total defeat of the enemy. The second is a peace agreement or a truce. So in the ongoing wars, we have neither of them, so we can expect the progress of the wars and combat pushing more and more to the extremes. I come back to a little bit later. But he also observed that all the wars take place in a twilight. Not even commanders in the field have the exact information. So, and we can see this in the reports of the ongoing wars, that we always get contradicting information. That's why there is no clear information during the times of war. And the wars, oh God, she gave me 2 minutes, so I will negotiate a little bit. But because at the end I still will have to answer your question. Yeah, I will skip then this phases of war. I only would mention, if a war goes to the extremes, at some point the hatred, violence, and enmity, what Clausewitz called the triology, come to a point where civilians are not excluded anymore. Killing is a virtue and not a sin. And here terrorism comes in, the military terrorism, from the state side and also from the side of the non-state parties. So we can remember the Vietnam War, My Lai, the massacre there. Then we have in the Ukraine war, the massacre by Russian troops in Bucha. And we see also the war in Gaza. Civilians are not respected anymore. Lots of talk we have heard about human security. The ambassador referred to it as well. There is another type of violence which is not specifically the actual use of force, but it includes personal, physical, mental, psychological violence. And the peace researcher Johan Galtung called this structural violence. And the structural violence takes place if one party wants to impose or enforce its will on the others. So the others will not have the possibility for somatic and physical developments as if this force would not be used. So we have this structural violence, and there is the question what Mechthild put to me, how can we have peaceful resolutions? Because if you have structural violence, you have resistance. And this resistance is always, not always, in many ways, is violent as well. We have this author who looked at the Algerian war, Frantz Fanon. He said, he looked, of course, on colonial wars, and he said, liberation and equal rights can only be achieved through the fight. And in many ways would say, I would not say so, but to some extent, because he referred to violence, some would say he would justify terrorism. So we have violence, we have counter-violence, and now we have this distinction blurred in the definitions between freedom fighters and terrorists. So it depends really on the perspective. Here we see on the literature of Frantz Fanon, you really don't know who is doing what. So Mechthild
exactly, we wanted to come to that non-violent
yeah,
alternatives you are coming to.
If you give me 1 minute. Non-violent responses. So far I talked about violent responses. And there is the theoretical possibility, but also there are historical examples, which I will maybe refer later to. You can achieve your security by 2 ways. One is to increase your military capacity and react with violence. Of course, this increases the so-called security dilemma, offensive, defensive, reaction, counter-reaction, and counter-terrorism is part of it. But the second way to do is you can create a non-threatening environment. That means you reduce the level of threat. The first option would be you increase your military capacities. The second is to reduce the level of threat in order to achieve a more peaceful environment. Because Johann Galtung called peace the absence of structural violence. So you have to get away with this structural violence, not only of the physical violence. So my response, and so I'm finishing, Mechthild, is all societies, if we fight terrorism, we should have at least look at the environments, at the circumstances where terrorists grow. Occupation, for example, is one case where violence is created, and trying to abandon this type of environment and create a different political environment where non-violent means have the priority. I'll later talk to his examples. Anyway, thank you very much. Sorry, Mechthild, for the additional 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Heinz. I would want you to stay for another follow-up question, if I may. I would like to narrow it down a bit, if you don't mind. You gave us the bird's eye perspective, as announced, on violence and as well non-violence. But to narrow that topic down, are there any examples out there to enhance regional security without mutual threats? Concrete examples.
Thank you that you give me the opportunity to go on a little bit, but not too long, I promise. Yeah, that's a very good question. We all have, of course, if you look at history, find some examples, or at least attempts to create a non-violent environment. One good example is if you look at Europe, but you easily could this apply to South Asia with different conditions, of course. The best example I could think of was the process of cooperation and security in Europe in the 70s. Cooperation on security and cooperation in Europe, the CSE. If you look at the document of the CSE Final Act, 1975, so you remember, you don't remember, I know, but you can look it in the history books. Height of the Cold War, height of arms race, mutual threat, security dilemma increases, offensive, defensive. What to do in order to interrupt the security dilemma. If you look at the document, there is no mention of enemy, foe, rival, competitor, challenger. If you look at the security strategies all over the world today, you find all these terms, expressions there. So they avoided the threat of the other side. Instead, they speak of cooperative security, common security. Security is indivisible because all parties have to be included in the security environment. It was not entirely successful, but it was a good historical example what I think could be applied to with conditions to South Asia, because here in South Asia you really have a security dilemma here. This offensive defensive mechanism is working on several levels. So there has to be something that interrupts the security dilemma. And the CSE, Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, is one historical example. Mechthild will not let me to bring other examples, but that is one what she asked me for, but maybe we can have more in the discussion. Thank you, Mechthild.
Thank you so much for obeying my very strict time management, Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner. I feel very honored. And you gave us an impression. I like the most the definition of Johann Galtung of peace. Peace is the absence of structural violence. So you gave us an idea of the possibility that non-violence is possible. Nevertheless, Dr. Fasselabend, our world looks very differently, I would say. And based on your experience, Dr. Fasselabend, as not only scholar in security policy right now, but as well former defense minister of Austria, that means dealing very practically with security topics. Would you please give us an overview of how the state of the world looks like, how violent it actually looks like, unfortunately, and please give us some insights in your personal experiences as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this invitation, and it's of course a pleasure to sit here together with Heinz Gärtner. And even if my presentation will go a little bit in a different direction, we understand each other in the best way. This is not just a theoretical answer, but it is there, and it's also a pleasure for me to sit together with Ambassador Mansour Ali Khan. It's not even 2 months ago, I think, that we sat together at the National Defense University at a workshop over there and had also intense contact. And of course, I knew him already from former periods when he used to be an ambassador to Austria. You asked more or less what is the presence of terrorism, and I have prepared a few pictures. Maybe I'll show it to you in order to get a picture about the nowadays situation. And yeah, I try to do this. Does not, yeah, okay. This is a picture, global picture about the overall terrorism index score. This index is more or less a factor that is made out of incidents, fatalities, injuries, and hostages. Insofar, it should give more or less an overall picture what is going on. And if you look to this map, you can see already, this concentration in Western and Southern Asia and in most parts of Africa and many parts of Africa. And you also can see, if you look at the statistics this year at the top, number 1 is Burkina Faso, followed by Israel, Mali, and 4th is Pakistan. I do not go into details, but I take the next picture because it's always quite interesting to look at the long time development. 1 year is just 1 year. This does not really tell too much about the general situation. But if you look, this is now for, I guess, 12 or 13 years. You can see, what was the ranking of the different countries in the course of the years. And I do not go into details, but the one country that is ranking now number 1, Burkina Faso, if you look at the first line down, it had the ranking number 114. So far, this can change quite a bit. Although you have to say, I mean, if you look to the situation, you can follow, until 2014, they ranked beyond 100, then they ranked in the middle, more or less, and only in the last years, they really were ranking number 7, number 6, number 4, number 2, number 1. That shows very clearly this increasing situation of terrorism. Yeah, and at the other hand, of course, it is quite interesting to look at the situation of Pakistan in the year 2023, the number 4. If you go back to the line 2011, it started with number 2 for some years, then number 4, number 5, number 8, number 7, and this year, once again, number 4. So far, you can say the country, without the exception of 3 years, always was ranking top 5, and over all this period, it was ranking at least top 10. In a similar situation, you will find Afghanistan, and very close to that also will be Nigeria, but I do not go into details, but I think the situation of your country certainly is quite interesting. And if you look, to the structure of the countries, you can see that probably there is no other country that has such a long experience on heavy incidents and so on, with such a qualified analysis capability and also response capability, I would say. Insofar, this certainly makes clear, that what is going on here now, that you can study not only terrorism but counterterrorism. This certainly has become one of the major tasks, not only in the interest of your country, but for the worldwide knowledge about terrorism and counterterrorism. And insofar, I really want to congratulate Dr. Quadri and also Yasir Khan for their initiatives to do so. I think this is an extremely important thing you are doing over here. Yeah, next slide. This shows the death from terrorism between 2007 and 2023 in order to look at the regional or the country where the most killed people. And what you can see, the yellow line, this was Pakistan. The number of deaths went down. Then you had this orange, this big orange group. This was Iraq. This also has changed. Afghanistan, rather constant, except the last year. And more or less growing is the Sahel zone, where you have a constant increase. And this has become now more or less the zone of highest concentration of terrorist activities, or death in this case. Another picture, the next one is just, if you look at the map, you can see in Pakistan the number of deaths has changed quite a bit. And you also can see, where were the most terrorist cases located. You can see it, it's almost everything at the eastern part of Pakistan, which means close to Afghanistan in the north, Peshawar region, and also Baluchistan at the other side. Next slide is also a statistics about the 10 most fatal terrorist attacks in 2023. I only show it because at the top you will find Pakistan with this incident in the Baluchistan province produced by the Baluchistan Liberation Army. This was ranking number 1 in 2022, and in 2023 You also have an incident ranking number 4. This was this horrible attack with the blast where 84 people were killed in the Peshawar region. I do not have to go into details. Yeah, let's go back maybe to the global situation. There you can see also these are the terrorist incidents in 2022. This concentration you have in your own country and also in Afghanistan. Then you have the Middle East with Iraq, Syria, and Israel. And then you can see very clearly this zone around Burkina Faso, Mali, going into Nigeria with Boko Haram, and also Somalia with Al-Shabaab. And this is also the next picture I wanted to show. These are the 10 groups with the largest number of deaths attributed in the year of 2022. This was Islamic State, Al-Shabaab, then the Khorasan province, and yeah, I do not want to go into all the details, but I think it is showing very clearly you have a concentration also of the effect to some organization. Okay. Insofar, I want to stop with this presentation of numbers.
Dr. Fasel, thanks a lot for this very insightful presentation of numbers. I would like to come up with a small follow-up question to gain a closer idea of what you have been doing in political practice. I wonder, given the world situation, and particularly here in Pakistan, as you have impressively outlined, given the terrible world state, the terrible state in Pakistan, particularly Pakistan has a very strong military. So why do countries like Pakistan and others still fail to tackle terrorism appropriately?
Yeah. This certainly is a very specific and very difficult question. I would say, as an overall answer, I would say, of course, this is the geostrategic situation and its consequences. It derives out of the situation in the country with your very strong group of Pashtuni people having much or many connections to Afghanistan, which will mean that the conflict that is existing over there will be imported. And at the other side, there is no state of Balochistan, but Balochistan, Western Balochistan is part of Iran, Eastern Balochistan is part of Pakistan, and therefore everything that is going on there, the nationalistic way, of course, also will hit Pakistan in a way. But there's also another answer, I would say, because terror, typical for terror is also its complexity. It's not simple because it is hidden, it is not legal, it is unconventional. And therefore, it is not easy to get a grip on it. And this also will mean that you need, that there are no simple answers, but you need comprehensive answers if you want to fight them. What can you do? First of all, of course, it is always analysis, but after analysis, it is cooperation. You need international cooperation and also national cooperation. International cooperation in order to get the experiences of other countries and other institutions. United Nations They have a long tradition on counterterrorism activities and organizations and people who occupy themselves. But of course, it is also a fact that, you know, from other organizations, whether, I mean, Shanghai Cooperation Organization was one of the first, had one of the first principles of cooperation, fighting against terrorism. And insofar, it's also, of course, interesting what is going on in Central Asia, for example. What is the experience of other countries? And then you have, of course, not only this global experience in institutions, but also in countries. If you want to fight, to counter-fight terrorism effectively, you also have probably to rely on American intelligence. Why? Because, I mean, they have probably the best information on all the terrorist activities. Since 9/11, this has become a major part of American security policy. You only can understand it. I mean, I occupied myself as a defense minister already in the early 90s with the phenomenon of terrorism, when nobody in Europe really talked about it, but everybody talked about wars, almost like a preacher. I went through the countries. I called it, subconventional warfare that we would have to expect. But it really only came out after 9/11, and just a few days thereafter, I was in Washington, and when you have seen, you know, what has happened over there, and I saw the damage at the Pentagon, you know, that really was hit by bombs, and if you try to understand this American self-understanding and self-understanding of Pentagon as the center of security and military strength, and then you see, you know, that the building really was damaged in different parts. You could feel, you know, that they would do everything probably in order to find out. And insofar, everybody has to rely also on their information, and they even have established a system of obligation to warn, which means that the Americans will warn even their enemies, whether this is Iran or Russia or whatever, when there is the danger of a terrorist attack. They will do it, obligation to warn. And there's a second reason that is very good on that. This is, if you want to fight against terrorism, of course, you also have to find out the financial basis, and you have to fight these financial resources for terrorist groups. And you will not find a better partner in order to find out it financially as the American financial system, because they more or less control the whole world. Whether we like this or not is another case, but in order to fight terrorism, this certainly would make sense. Okay, insofar, it's global cooperation, it's regional cooperation, but it's also interstate cooperation. You have to be aware, you know, that in every country, the relationship between the different ministries is not always the best and most intense. Between military and police, or also military and foreign affairs, there could be, you know, different positions of interest and so on. And insofar, you have to have somebody who can coordinate and can cross these invisible borders of distance between the ministries. And then you have another level. It's not only between the different ministries, but also between the federal system and the provinces. Because in the provinces, they sometimes think, we know better. What do they know in the federal capital and so on? If you want to be efficient, you have to do it. Okay. Of course, you have also to try to create resilience. What do I mean? Not only occupy yourself with new technologies, go into the internet and so on, but especially also to protect your critical infrastructure. Because terrorism, of course, will try, to get your weakest point with the biggest effect. And therefore, it is necessary not only to develop an action plan, but with clear priorities, but also to have alarm system and trained procedures. I do not go too much into the question of counterattacks, but what I think a major question in order to fight terrorism is also minimization or mitigation of the risk. What do I mean? The longer the population will feel, the civil society will feel the consequence of a terrorist attack, the more successful it will be. Therefore, if there is an attack, try to react immediately. Try to help the victims. Try not only to find out what has happened, but also establish a system between security and health organization in order to be quick and to have good answers. Absolutely necessary. And if you don't train it, it will not work if you have an attack. Okay, this is one thing. And the other one is just try to restore normal life thereafter. Extremely important that life can go on. If you think back at the incidents and terrorist attacks in Great Britain, the most effective thing afterwards was when normal life started again and not the whole society in London had to care about the next incident that was awaited. And I think if you try to follow most of these principles and not only follow it principally, but try to do it effectively in order of training it, educating the people, shaping awareness, and being able to react quickly and effectively. If you do that, then you can see also on different examples that you can at least contain the problem. Of course, without getting rid of the sources, of the backgrounds, it only can help you at the surface. Most important is, of course, to go to the roots, try to find the roots and to eliminate the roots. But you never will be able to do this completely, and therefore it will be a great help if you can fight it effectively. Thank you very much.
Dr. Fasselabend, heaps of thanks. I want to briefly summarize your really extremely encouraging and motivational presentation today. First of all, you recommend international and national cooperation to tackle terrorism effectively. Secondly, you are saying you need to react immediately after the attack has happened to give the population the feeling that we are there, we care for you, and you need to train that kind of situations in advance. And thirdly, restoring normal life as soon as anyhow possible. You had an example from UK, London. Thank you very, very much for that very encouraging speech. I hope that Pakistani officials and in charges have heard that very closely. Coming now to His Excellency, Ambassador Mansour Ahmad Khan, it's an honor to have you. Thank you so much for coming. I think you can now, as the recipient of the Star of Bravery, as the one who actually was ambassador to Afghanistan when the Taliban took over another time in 2021, plunged the country into chaos and erased women's rights. You can talk to us about the very regional challenges here. Please, given your experiences, let us know, has the region of Pakistan, Afghanistan become a theater of endless terrorism?
Thank you very much. First of all, I am really happy to participate in this panel discussion because of two things. Number one, it is a very distinguished panel. I am part of a very elite panel today here in this very important topic. And secondly, it's a great pleasure to engage with young students and sharing our perspective, sharing our assessment, sharing our successes, and sharing our failures with the younger generation who are now receiving education and who will be assuming the reign of the state, reign of the administration, reign of affairs in Pakistan. Since you have been a strict administrator, so I will straight away come to the topic of regional terrorism or counter-terrorism, fight against terrorism and extremism. And yes, this question keeps on coming to all Pakistanis. Are we facing an endless terrorism? Are we part of an endless terrorism? And for that, I think we have to have a very candid discussion, very candid introspection about it. How did terrorism come? The kind of terrorism we are seeing in the world today, how did it originate and where did it originate? I think in our neighborhood in Afghanistan in 1970s, the struggle, the blatant and fierce competition that was taking place during the Cold War between United States and Soviet Union, it was ideological as well as it was a power struggle, and that kind of competition, that kind of rivalry damaged Afghanistan's stability. And then when Soviet Union intervened, after 10 years when Soviet Union was withdrawing, Geneva Accords were signed. But Geneva Accords focused on withdrawal of Soviet forces, exclusively perhaps, and not on what should be done with the larger political settlement of Afghanistan. In the past 2 decades then, the social and economic and cultural fabric of Afghanistan had been thrashed. There could be many factors, but the focus of negotiations in Geneva Accords was how the forces should withdraw. And then we saw 90s, very unstable 90s, civil war, takeover by Taliban. And then we come to another span where US and NATO forces came here and stayed for 20 years. And after 20 years, in 2021, when they were leaving again, Doha Agreement, and I have been part of these, negotiations, not directly, it was between US and Taliban, but part of the process from Pakistan side, because I was representing Pakistan at that time, earlier at the ministry, and then after Vienna, my stay in Vienna, I was asked to go to Afghanistan. And the focus was basically on 2 points. I mean, that how the US and NATO forces should withdraw from Afghanistan, and how, as a result of that, the US mainland should not be attacked by the terrorists in Pakistan. If you look at the document, you analyze the document, it is on paper. So what about again the question of larger political settlement in Afghanistan? And it means it has so many implications for what is going to happen in the coming years then, in the years after 2021 with the region. So I think the larger question is how this has to be addressed by the region. Now, since US and NATO forces left, now we will be completing 3 years, Afghanistan's borders with all the neighboring countries are hot. you find groups along the along the borders with Pakistan, Iran, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. I mean, terrorist groups are stationed there or present there or finding a refuge there. And the cross-border terrorism in different forms and shapes continues. Pakistan is more affected maybe than others, but all others are affected. Now, this entire process, this entire concept, this entire phenomenon of regional terrorism or counter-terrorism is affected simultaneously by two parallel developments. Number one is at the larger global level, a new kind of struggle is evolving between US, China, US and the West on one side and China and Russia on the other side. And there again, rules of the game seem to be the same as they were in maybe in the first Cold War, although it's a different age, it's a different era, but I don't see very different outcomes. And therefore we continue to see not only Afghanistan, but other parts of the world also. You see Middle East embroiled in conflict. You see Ukraine, which is seriously affecting life and progress of Europe. So I think this at international level, this evolving kind of competition, rivalry, struggle between US and China or for global preeminence among superpowers is affecting the process. But the regional dynamics are also very important and relating to Afghanistan and the counter-terrorism. When we talk about Pakistan-Afghanistan border, Pakistan's demand with Afghan Taliban has been, and I was there after 2021 and we had some rounds of talks even with the TTP. Pakistan's demand has been, I was not part of directly the negotiations with TTP, but our security officials had some rounds. Pakistan's demand with Afghan Taliban has been that they should either hand over TTP people finding refuge in Afghanistan to Pakistan or take action against them. Afghan Taliban have been reluctant because they have certain dilemmas. They had ideological and family and different kind of linkages, and they continue to have those linkages with different groups who were supporting them in their insurgency against the United States and NATO. And they have been educated many times in same madrasas, they have been married together in their families, and therefore it is very difficult for them to dissociate immediately from them. And therefore their focus has been that they continue to maintain these kind of linkages, and they have been indicating that it is not immediately possible. They also fear that if they take strong military actions, firm military actions against TTP or other groups, then these groups may be moving towards other larger groups such as Daesh or other groups. Then Afghanistan and China, for example, they also continue to face the same kind of dilemma. Although they have better optics, China has China has appointed an ambassador who has presented his credentials, and Afghan interim government has also appointed an ambassador in Beijing presenting credentials to President Xi. But ETIM remains the main issue. Similarly, with Tajikistan, Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, IMU, Islamic Movement of Uzbekistan, remains the main issue. With Iran, it is Jandullah. So the thing is that, and then Pakistan-India dynamics. Pakistan and India have, there are no signs of rapprochement between Pakistan and India. And with this new Hindutva, rise of Hindutva to a new level in India, steered by Prime Minister Narendra Modi just for winning his next elections, I think it is pushing Pakistan-India relationship into a really bad phase. Pakistan-Iran are also struggling, and after some, tense period, Iranian president visited here. But if we go ahead with Iran-Pakistan gas pipelines for our own energy interests, or if we try to increase our trade with Iran, we will be surely facing sanctions from United States. So these are the regional dynamics because of which I think the counter-terrorism struggle continues to suffer. But now there are a few points in way forward. I think what should be done. Now, Pakistan's demand to Afghan Taliban is to hand over TTP, and as I shared, Taliban dilemmas, there are certain Taliban dilemmas, and it will be very difficult for them to, in the short term, to come out of those dilemmas. But Afghanistan is also in isolation. Afghanistan's economy is totally isolated. There are no banking channels working in Afghanistan, and even the salaries of embassies, they have to be taken by bag. So how can we expect that a country which has been isolated, and we want it not to produce suicide bombers, but to produce entrepreneurs or move towards education and other things. So I think we have to look at, as Dr. Fazil Ahmed also said, root causes. You cannot keep, Afghanistan was kept isolated when Taliban were in power in 1990s. Afghanistan is isolated when Taliban 2.0 is there. Suppose Taliban go out of power, some other government comes, they will be recognized. And when Taliban 3.0 come back, then again they will be isolated. So we have to look at this issue in a more philosophical manner in order to address the basics of this issue. For Pakistan, again coming back to this regional dimension, I think, and dimension of terrorism or counter-terrorism with Afghanistan, I think Pakistan has to talk formally with Taliban, with the Taliban government. It is not recognized, but we have to, they are our neighbor, we have to have channels of engagement. When United States or other countries are having direct channels of engagement with them, why to fight terrorism or for in the interest of counter-terrorism, we should not be talking to them. But agenda of engagement should not be just security and counter-terrorism. That will not work because Afghan Taliban will not submit to that kind of agenda. Agenda has to be economic engagement. Agenda has to be bringing Afghanistan out of isolation. And agenda has to be also addressing movement of people and other cross-border related issues. And then at the second level, as Dr. Fazil Ahmed also said, we fully support regional framework for counter-terrorism has to be very effective. Whether it is through SCO, whether it is through United Nations, whether it is through EU, engagement through EU, or whether it is by any framework, but regional counter-terrorism framework, an inclusive regional counter-terrorism framework in which all the countries, all the neighboring countries of Afghanistan, plus other countries, if India is interested, India should be part of it, because it is counter-terrorism. Counter-terrorism means we have definitive interests in terms of eliminating terrorism from our place. And we cannot, we are working for, we are trying to have mega investments in Pakistan. Investments in Pakistan will need an environment free of terrorism, will need a secure environment. So these two tracks have to move parallel. Yes, for investments, foreign direct investment, investments by Pakistanis, but at the same time they will need a secure environment. So I'll leave my first intervention here, and I think the tracks are engage with Afghanistan and develop regional counter-terrorism mechanisms.
Many thanks, Your Excellency, for this very, very impressive presentation. My most poignant takeaway is that you are saying the Geneva Accords as well as the Doha Declaration actually fail to tackle the root causes of terrorism in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region. I have heard in the meantime that we are having experts in the audience who have burning questions. That is why I would like to speed up and come directly to our final panelist, Ross Massoud, in order to give the audience later on the opportunity to pose their questions on time. Ross Massoud, as an advisor to the Pakistani government on international law and security issues, please briefly give us an idea Why is peacekeeping still so difficult, given that the benefits as outlined by His Excellency in economic terms are obvious?
Well, thank you very much. It is an honor for me to be a member of this distinguished panel. As the first speaker addressed the question of definition of terrorism, I think I should also begin with that. As a matter of fact, if you go through the history of the phenomenon, many times the term terrorism has been used subjectively. There has seldom been an objective definition of the term terrorism. If you go into recent history, during the Second World War, the German occupation, they considered French resistance as terrorism. Then the War of Independence in Nigeria was considered terrorism by French. Then, Mau Mau movement in Kenya was considered as terrorism by the colonial powers. When, then the first Prime Minister of Israel, Begin, was considered a terrorist, and in fact the British had announced a reward for information leading to his apprehension. Later he became the Prime Minister of Israel. Similarly, Yasser Arafat was considered a terrorist, and then he became a legitimate leader of his people. So, as a matter of fact, the phenomenon of terrorism came to the focus of international community somewhere around the middle of 20th century, later part of 1959, 60, and so on. And this was as a result of the struggle of Palestinians. And when they started hijacking planes, then the international community thought that this cannot be tolerated. And there were 3 international conventions: the Tokyo Convention, 1963, then the Hague Convention and Montreal Convention. They're dealing with basically offenses against the safety of civil aviation. The term terrorism, however, was not defined therein. They just enumerated the offenses which were covered by these conventions. Later on, there are other international conventions adopted, and also some regional conventions like OIC Convention Against Terrorism, SARC Convention Against Terrorism, OAU Convention Against Terrorism, OAS Convention Against Terrorism. But it was during the negotiations of the draft Comprehensive Convention on Terrorism that an effort was made to define the term. I was a part of those negotiations in New York. And I can, take on that and give us sort of workable definition of the term terrorism. Basically, terrorism is the use of force or the threat of use of force or violence to intimidate and create panic in order to make a government or a people do or refrain from doing something they would not otherwise. So this basically, as the terror is commonly known, you terrorize somebody and he loses his balance and he does not take decisions rationally, but under intimidation. Having said what is terrorism, even today, our Anti-Terrorism Act 1997, they're not very clear what is terrorism. In fact, ordinary crimes are identified with terrorism. The police invariably puts a section from Anti-Terrorism Act against people who have done nothing but agitate against certain policies of the government. Now, we must realize that during these negotiations, there was also the question of state terrorism. State can also terrorize the people to, refrain them from expressing their political freedom or something. And as a matter of fact, in 19th century, there was this concept of political offenses. For instance, a very well-known case of Castiglione in the House of Lords, UK. This gentleman had killed a government official in Switzerland and had run to the UK, and there's the case of extradition. A request for extradition was filed, but the court said that he had no enmity with the victim, he did not know him personally, and it was in the furtherance of political, political course that he committed this offense, and therefore he cannot be extradited.
Mr. Massoud,
Today, yes.
Based on your very, very far-reaching experience, may I try to narrow your remarks, comment in 2 minutes to tackle extremism and terrorism in the region? Thank you.
Now, as far as the measures to counter terrorism is concerned, we must realize that, as was mentioned briefly, about the causes of terrorism. Nobody attends to that. As a matter of fact, the UN General Assembly set up a committee against terrorism in 1972. And that resolution itself addresses to the question of causes of terrorism and situations which have to be tackled in order to prevent terrorism. And in those situations are referred to foreign occupation, alien domination, gross violations of human rights, and things like that. Now, as a matter of fact, the experience of the international community in recent years is that the more violence they have used to suppress terrorism, the terrorism has grown. In Afghanistan, as Ambassador Mansour was pointing out, you see what happened. They used more bombs than probably in Europe during the entire Second World War. But the Taliban are back there. So how do you tackle this issue unless you address the root causes? What happened was in Afghanistan specifically, I would say that America launched a jihad in Afghanistan, and they brought this Osama bin Laden and others to fight Russia. And they were motivated by this concept of jihad, although it was not relevant in this situation. Jihad was introduced in the early Islamic state because that was facing a threat to its existence, and they had to survive and they had to fight. But here, what was the question of survival for the people of Middle East and the people of Pakistan? Why were they fighting there? They were not fighting for their survival. But then what happened is that the moment a Geneva Accord was made, and there was withdrawal of the Russian troops, they just threw their hands up. In fact, Hillary Clinton herself said that we withdrew too precipitously and we did not handle with the aftermath of the thing. And the result is that we have lost about 80,000 people in Pakistan to this terrorism, and it's still there. And on a personal note, when I was young, I remember that, the people in the madrasa, where they teach Islamic studies and all that, the students used to be very meek. They would come and recite Holy Quran or something, and you would give them alms or fruits and something. But now when this jihad started, these madrasa were financed through, of course, Saudi Arabia and others by Americans, and they were produced militants or jihadis who were meant to fight USSR. And as a matter of fact, most of the people who were fighting there, they were not even clear why they were fighting there, because they were trained in a way that they become militant. And this was not the culture of madrasas in this country. This just became the culture afterwards. And we have to, in fact, once I was talking to the Consul General of the USA at a diplomatic reception, I said that you use so many billions of dollars fighting Afghans in Afghanistan. And if you spend only 1/10 of that in educating them and in producing a mindset which is not that militant, maybe you can have better results. Even here, why the poor people send their kids to the madrasa? Because they have no alternative. They cannot afford fees of the school, they cannot afford books, they cannot afford the expenses, and otherwise they can use their small kids to do small errands and do small things to make an economic contribution to the family's welfare. And therefore, you see, if you have the government schools which provide all these things, then, or perhaps even in the madrasa, if you can have technical assistants and, they learn some skills which make them productive, citizens of the country. This would go a long way in countering this terrorism. As a matter of fact,
Masood, with your thought-provoking remarks, you have already, I think, triggered a lot of ideas and comments and remarks in your listeners. So yes, maybe we would like to engage the audience as well. If you come to the point, one last thing, please.
Was that here sometimes back, there were these task forces set up by the government to deal with different issues, and I suggested that you should have a counter-terrorism authority in which you have input of intellectuals, experts of international law and educationists. But unfortunately, the counter-terrorism authority which has been set up is all manned by police officers. It's not a law and order situation which you are tackling or using the armed forces against the terrorists. This will not give you any solution to my mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your thought-provoking remarks. We had a lot of takeaways regarding madrasa education, that you targeted poor equipment of education, and of course you advocated as your least point for the rule of law. I think that's most important. Dr. Afsarator in his remarks as well pointed to that aspect. It's most important to establish the rule of law. Seriously, I would now like to open the floor to the audience. I already see your first question. I've heard there are many experts in the audience. Please just refrain from going into detail. I'm very sorry. We already ran out of time. Please refrain from going into detail. Be brief and to the point, but raise your questions and comments. We appreciate them. Most welcome. Let's go ahead. I would suggest, if you don't mind, the sir in the fourth row, I would suggest to let the lady first. Heaps of thanks.
Thank you so much for this, giving me this opportunity to talk to you. I'm Dr. Khushbu Ijaz, Associate Professor in Political Science from Kinnaird College for Women. It was very well thought and very well organized conference, and I'm happy to see such eloquent speakers. I have few questions. Number one, as Mr. Ross Masood has identified, that there is a problem related to definition of terrorism. So I would like to ask Mr. Gartner and Mr. Haynes that Israel as a state that is hit by the terrorism, and according to international, you can say, research organization IES, I think you have mentioned in your presentation, that it is the second most targeted state as far as terrorism concerned in 2023. So the problem is there. So when you identify that it is the state that is hit by terrorism, and for almost all the population or the Muslim population all over the world, for them the definition is totally different. So how we are going to create this environment of peace in this regard, and how we are going to analyze conflict and cooperation in different parts of the world where there is so much difference in definitional, it's a definitional crisis. So this is my question from you people. Thank you.
Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course, you touched upon a dilemma of definitions, and you will not get a unified response. So that's why at the beginning I said there's difficulties, because once you include state actors and non-state actors and military dimension, non-military, then you get narrow or you get very broad. So, the example you mentioned, of course, Hamas, according to my definition at the beginning, that was a terrorist attack. So inflict maximum of civilian casualties for political purposes. That is, it was clear. When it comes to the Israeli reaction, then you have to include state actions. So many definitions say state is one thing, and non-state actors another thing. So also United Nations mainly focuses only, because of the Middle East situation, on non-state actors. But of course, if you include state actors, Israel is violating many definitions of international humanitarian law. So proportionality, distinctiveness, necessity. So if you violate, you can qualify not Israel, but the acts as terrorist state acts. So just narrowly, there's no value of judgment here. So that's the question, your second question of cooperation. I'll just pick it up, and because I'm looking at South Asia and the CAC, what I mentioned, the CAC had three baskets. One is security, one is trade, one is humanitarian issues. All these three issues can, on a very low level, apply to South Asia. So when it comes to security, both states are nuclear powers. There's a security dilemma, we know this, so that's a mutual threat. I supervise, for example, a Pakistani female student, and she is looking whether there can be common cooperation or even common regimes between Pakistan and India to counter nuclear terrorism. So both have an interest to counter nuclear terrorism. So there is a possibility in the security area for cooperation. It was mentioned several times, trade is important, on humanitarian issues, easily could establish more family visits, exchange of maybe. I have difficulties. I have Indian and Pakistani students, so they have difficulties to interview officials from the other side. So there should be access, for example, to at least on an academic level, track 2 level, to visit each other. So looking at this example of cooperation, it might be possible starting on a very low level, but you can move on this. Thank you for your 2 questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heinz Gärtner. I really struggle. I'm right now struggling because there are so many questions in the audience. I know that there was one first hand raise of the sir in the 4th row. You were just the first to speak out, so now please stand up and provide us with your kind comment or question. Oh, with the mic, please, if anyhow possible.
My name is Abdul Rahman. My question is with respectable Mr. Defense Minister. Pakistan has been facing state narrative deficit with its citizens. When we talk about Gaza war, then Zainuddin brigades start flexing muscles and recruitment processing within Pakistan increase. When we talk about Afghanistan issues, then we can see the ideological differences between state and its citizen with regard to democracy versus Sharia law. When we talk, these are the state narrative issues with state, how deal with this narrative, and this create a wide gap between its citizen. So it start flexing muscle, and this would definitely cash in by the militant organization within the Pakistan. So what Maya do you suggest to for effective narrative and its communication to its citizen to curb this gap?
I'm not really sure whether I have understood your question in the right way. Maybe you can formulate the point, or try to formulate the point once again. In the mic, because
state narrative weakness to communication with citizens.
What?
State narrative communication to its citizen.
State communication versus?
With regard to its citizen, because citizens are not happy with the state narrative while dealing with the issues of Palestine when it's come to the Afghanistan. So these are the weaknesses of communication of state narrative to its citizen.
Yeah, as I said, if you want to fight terrorism effectively, there's no simple answer because the problem is by far too complex. And what is necessary, as I said, is not only cooperation between state institutions or international, but also between the civil society and the state. What do I mean? Especially if you have a terrorist organization that have a very high ideological background, a strong ideological background. Very often, you only can find out that danger is coming when you get information from his private environment, from family members or others. And insofar, it is necessary, not just to stay within state institutions, but shape awareness in the society for this. People have to understand that it is necessary if you want to prevent it, you know, to give your information to other people in order to be able to react. And even if, I don't know, out of 10 informations, 5 or maybe 7 will be worthless, you know, because they do not hit the question and the problem, or it's a wrong observation. But if you really want to fight it effectively, you have to try to go after it, try to find out what is the reality, and then to do so. And this is what we have done in Europe. You have seen at the statistics in the last years, Europe was rather free of terrorist attacks because the awareness has become much better, and also the information between the different institutions. I could say concerning terrorism, all the countries are cooperating, whether they are in the same group or not. Information exchange is extremely necessary, and the information exchange with terrorist groups means that, of course, you need also intelligence information from outside. This means, if you, as I said, you know, first thing is always go to the roots. Where does it come from? What is behind it? So far, if the basis of the terrorist group is an ideological point, whether this is religious or not religious, does not care. You have to find people who know about it, who are familiar with this kind of thinking. If it is nationalistic, you have to try to find people from the nation who know about movements, who get information earlier than others. And I would say, you know, in the case of Pakistan, you probably are confronted with both phenomena. On the one hand, you have a nationalistic, I mean, the Balochistan Liberation Army certainly is a nationalistic organization. You always can talk about the definition, what is liberation and what is terrorism and so on. This is clear. But if you want to fight it, you have to go and to find out what is going on. And of course, in your case, the cooperation between Pakistan and Iran is extremely necessary, because both countries are confronted with the phenomenon. You have to be aware that there are other countries that have in their strategy also, of course, well, to incite it, you know, okay. Maybe they want to incite it because they are against Iran, but you will be the victim in Pakistan because you cannot cut it off. And insofar, this is not so easy. Cooperation, extremely necessary. And not only, I would say, not only at the question of Balochistan Liberation Army, but also due to the fact that, let me say it in simple words, there are also many relations between Iran and Afghanistan, from the language, from tribes, from people and so on, and also necessary between Pakistan and Iran, of course, absolutely necessary.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fasselabend. For a matter of justice, I really slowly need to come to that right half of this audience, but I have a final question of one gentleman in the second row who has been waiting for very long. Thank you for your patience. Now please go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Tahir and I'm from Punjab Counter-Terrorism Department, a law enforcement agency. I'm very thankful for the very insightful talks from all our learned speakers, Mr. Gardner, Mr. Fasselabend and Sir Mansoor Khan Sahab. Actually, I wanted to share my own experience, but being the many people have questions and we have short time, I would like to have your attention towards the emerging trends of terrorism in Pakistan. We know that we have at least 3 types of terrorism in Pakistan. One is religious terrorism, second is sectarian terrorism, and third is subnationalist or nationalist terrorism. As Mr. Gardner said that in his definition, that they want to inflict a political, for their political motives, harm or casualties. Here, all these 3 actors behind the terrorism, the religious like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and the sectarian TTP or whatever, and the third, the Balochistan nationalists, they have their different, separate, their motives. But we have experienced that they, on such certain level, they have started cooperation with each other. They are providing resources, they are sharing information with each other. They are even giving suicide bombers to each other. They are providing their facilitators to carry out attacks. So at this point, these all 3 sides are the separate motivators. They have their own separate motivations. They come together against the state of Pakistan. It means they want to destabilize the state of Pakistan as well. And what my experience is that terrorism has become a language, a medium of communication between the hostile states. So at that point, hostile states also come to support them. My question is that, which is our challenge actually, how we can keep these 3 different having motives actors apart, so they don't cooperate with each other and become unite against the state of Pakistan, having their different motives. Thank you.
Do you want to address your question to one of the panelists?
I would like to address by the experience of Mr. Gardner first, and then Mr. Fasselband, please. Thank you.
In order to be brief, of course we can have a very long debate now about definitions. Of course, it's an important observation what you have. So they have different motivations. You have religious, separatist, ideological. That's why the definition I mentioned before, I said at the beginning political purposes, which is more. But what I mentioned motivations, I didn't quote the full quotation of the United Nations definition. They say whatever motivation, bracket, ideological, political, religious, and so on. So they lump them together. So you want to keep them separate. So, but I guess that's more a practical operation. Of course, in terms of academic, if you look academically at this differentiation, then you have to include not only motivations, but also intent. So what you're saying is, maybe that's true, but you have to find the evidence. All of them want to destabilize Pakistan. Maybe true, but you have to really analyze the intent of each of them. The intents might be different. They might not be the same. So you're bringing a very general intention of all these 3 groups. But then you have to find evidence, analyze them, and then you can say, okay, there are differences in their access to terrorism, to understanding of terrorism. So one thing is missing here in your analysis, but I think the observation might be correct, but you have to find evidence in order to say, can we keep them separate or do they do together? They are not together if they say, I presume that if you include intent, there might be not such a common denominator here, only in the very general level.
Yeah, very shortly, you have to be aware that in politics and in life, in human life, it's not only ratio, it's not only rational decisions that are taken, but that dreams and visions play an enormous role. And especially in the field of religion, on the one hand, you can bet, you know, that after ISIS had established an own state and so-called caliphate, this dream of the caliphate will survive for the next 50 or 100 years. This is, and this is also the same with national ideas. And insofar, you always have to try to find out what is it. Are there things that you can correct, that you can do in a different way in order to take away the basis or part of the basis? But you certainly cannot eliminate dreams. And dreams play a role, obviously, for upper statesmen like Putin, you know, the dream of an empire, but also the ratio of how do I get power and how can I politically achieve my goals. And this is more or less the same also for terrorist groups, in a different way, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner. Thank you, Dr. Fasselabend, especially for being brief in your answers as well. I may take only one final question. I'm very, very sorry for this. Dr. Hassan, you are lucky you already got the mic. That is why I'm selecting you. Please go ahead. Please refrain from details and be to the point.
Thank you very much, and double thanks for maintaining balance between the two sides. I'm Dr. Hassan Farooq Mashwani, and I am assistant professor in School of International Relations, Minhaj University. My question is particularly to Dr. Fasselabend. Sir, do you really understand that the military solution could address the challenge of terrorism? Had this been the case, your own presentation reflected that from 2001 to 2021, having spent around $2 trillion and having deployed more than 150,000 troops in Afghanistan, including those from Austria, it was the worst ever terrorist hit era of Afghanistan, as you reflected in your presentation, sir. One. Secondly, sir, how do you see the responsibility of international community in addressing the issue of Afghan refugees in Pakistan who have been in Pakistan for around 5 decades? As you might know that the Pak-Afghan border has been historically one of the most softened border in the world. Even before the European Union, there was a Rahdari system across the Pak-Afghan border. And today around 40,000 people cross the Pak-Afghan border on daily basis at around 40 points. So till the time the international community don't come up and assist Pakistan and Afghanistan to settle down these refugee issues, as your own presentation reflected that most of the terrorist attacks are done in the Pak-Afghan border areas. So if these issues are not addressed, how Pakistan can single-handedly address the issue of terrorism? Thank you, sir.
I guess you gave the answer more or less yourself, you know. I do not have to add very much, you know. As I said, complex question. There is no simple solution almost in any case. But what is really important, you know, when I said, you know, that Europe was more or less in the last years free of major incidents. Tomorrow can be the next one, or maybe already today, and you don't know. And therefore, this cooperation and information is so important. And if you go back to this definition, you know, just to produce, terror to the civilian world, you know, there was the plan. I take now the Khorasan province organization as an example, which is estimated by most of the terrorist experts at the moment as the most dangerous organization in the terrorist field. Why? Because they are well organized and so on. But what you can do is, try to prevent. For example, the Russian government got an information from the Americans that this incident in the theater was planned. They got a warning about, also Austria got a warning, and Germany, they got warnings about a blast in St. Stephen's Dome, St. Stephen's Cathedral, and also in Kölner Dome. This was seriously taken. And maybe just, by the security measures that were taken, nothing happened. You never know whether this cannot have a consequence later on, but you can at least, you cannot wipe it out, terrorism. You cannot, but you can at least limit it to a certain extent, and I think this is for the whole society enormously important in order to have a normal life.
Thank you so much. I know there are much more questions out there. Unfortunately, we are not able to address them all since we have been terribly running out of time. I want to thank the panelists, especially His Excellency Mansour Ahmad Khan, Dr. Werner Fasselabend, Professor Dr. Heinz Gärtner, and Ross Massoud for coming, for staying such a long time with us, for spending that exhausting afternoon, for still answering in the late evening, still answering our very, very excited and interested questions. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the thank you to the audience. Big hand to you. I know it was a really challenging day for all of you. Thank you for coming. It was amazing having you. Thanks a lot.
Please remain seated. Thank you so much, Ms. Maggie. Lastly, but most importantly, may I request our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, for closing remarks and declarations, conference declaration. Please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I warmly congratulate the esteemed Deputy Chairman Board of Governors, Dr. Hussain Mahiuddin Qadri, and the foreign delegates on the success of this conference, navigating regional dynamics from conflict to cooperation in South Asia. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Her Excellency, Ms. Andrew Vicky, Ambassador of Austria in Pakistan. You drove especially from Islamabad to Lahore. I'm very grateful to you. And my special thanks to all the experts from renowned. My special thanks to all the participants. Okay, thank you. A special thanks to all the participants, especially the experts, scholars, renowned international scholars, professors who came from international organizations and universities who joined this conference. Sir, your presence have made the difference. Actually, an active engagement have enhanced our discussions and contributed to the deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities facing in our region, especially in South Asia. As we conclude this conference, I am reminded of the importance of dialogue and cooperation in addressing the complex issues which were there in the conference agenda. The significance of disconnections on climate change, migration, and counterterrorism cannot be denied, as it concerns our collective future, especially in South Asia. Climate change is not just an environmental issue, it is a threat which makes worse the existing tension and ignite the conflicts over limited resources such as waters and the agricultural land, especially in South Asia. Addressing climate change requires regional cooperation to ease its impact. In the modern age, we acknowledge its role in shaping the regional dynamics, which requires collective wisdom, collective actions to safeguard our shared environment. As far as migration is concerned, whether it's forced or volunteer, is a complex phenomenon, influenced by economic, social, and political factors. In South Asia, migration flows are significantly driven by factors such as poverty, conflict, and environmental degradation. Enhancing cooperation in managing migration can raise social unity, protect the rights of migration, and harness the potential benefit of migration for regional development. Whereas the terrorism has no boundaries, it's across the borders and beyond the borders, and poses a grave threat to the regional stability and security. Especially the South Asia is the victim of terrorism. South Asia has witnessed terrorist attacks fueled by extremist ideologies, geological tensions, geopolitical issues, which we should prioritize in cooperation against the terrorism to promote the peace and stability in the region, and especially in South Asia. Let us carry forward a clear message, the spirit of collaboration, and continue our efforts to build more peaceful and sustainable South Asia. In recognition, the shared commitment to regional cooperation, peace, the participation of conference have unanimously agreed to a joint declaration. And I will just go through the declaration which we have finally decided. So there were 3 panels discussion. The first panel was on climate change and regional vulnerability. And in the end of that panel discussion, the declarations are as: Pakistan should construct an emergent national framework for mitigating the climate change and then connect this to international policies, agendas, and framework. Particularly, we should focus on the SDGs. The second declaration is, Pakistan is responsible only for 1% of the planet greenhouse gases, yet it is on 8th number as far as global ranking is concerned. The most vulnerable nation to the global warming and climate change crisis. Thus, there is a need for multilateral and multinational climate governance to tackle this issue of climate change. Next, there is a need for introducing green transportation, more innovative ways to waste dumping and recycling that needs to be placed as far as South Asia is concerned. Energy sector needs to reform. Pakistan must have new avenues to renewable energy, like lowering of the prices of solar panels would be a big initiative for a common man citizen. And as it was discussed during the meeting, the government is planning for more levy on this solar panel that needs to be abolished. And this facility should be further provided to the low cost and the poorly people who are just installing these solar panel, even less than 10 kVA. The second panel, the discussion topic was irregular migration and regional cooperation. In the end of the second panel, the declaration is that Europe required highly skilled migrants. Pakistan should introduce graduate and functional education concerning skill-based training for the legal immigration to the West. Pakistan is a country hosting over 2 million of refugees from Afghanistan especially. The crisis would be escalate if the regional stakeholders fails to cooperate on this subject. So Pakistan must seek diplomatic grounds to make the neighboring countries aware of its problem concerning the immigrants, particularly from Afghanistan. The next declaration is that role of Pakistan education institution is significant in promoting legal immigrants. Private and public sector partnership in this domain can be a significant effect. A valid degree holders can get a good job as far as West and Europe is concerned. So universities need to pay a little more attention towards valid degrees. Pakistan must sign MOU and educational agreements with other nations on the subject for the acceptance of educational degrees, which can be a positive change for those who are working as a low-paid employees in Europe and other countries of the West. And then there was a third panel discussion. The topic of the third panel discussion was regional cooperation in counterterrorism and extremism. And the declaration of the third panel is, as much as possible, Pakistan should introduce the education in counterterrorism and courses of criminology at the university level. Minhaj University is already taking its share, and we have started the classes of counterterrorism and criminology, and the declaration of this conference is that it should be in the other universities as well. Moreover, a clear and coherent mechanism should be developed to counter fake and the most modern technique, that is deep fake news disseminations, software technologies, that we need to develop a software to counter all these fake news phenomena. Pakistan should take concrete steps to promote peace building and peacekeeping in the region, especially in South Asia and particularly in Afghanistan. Pakistan should address the root causes of terrorism, such as socio-economic grievances of the youngsters and the political instability through the targeted development programs and community engagement. I think we need to engage the youth of Pakistan. If they are not engaged, then there will be a problem. For counterterrorism, we need to have cooperation at national level as well as at the international level, and especially, as you have mentioned, the information sharing. The declaration of the conference is our collective will to address the critical challenges of climate change, migration, and counterterrorism through mutual actions and collaborations. At the end, I would take the opportunity to extend my heartiest greetings to the member of organizing committee, conference secretariat, IT team, social media and marketing teams, volunteer students and staff, and all the sponsors of this conference, that without their support, this conference would not have been possible. I am also deeply grateful to our collaborators. What South Asia needs today is peace and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. For shield distribution, may I kindly request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri and Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to join us on stage. The shield will be presented to Dr. Warnal Fasal Ahmad, Professor Dr. Afsar Rathor, Dr. Fasal Ahmad, Professor Dr. Heinz Gardner, Ambassador Masood Ahmed Khan, and Ross Masood. Professor Dr. Heinz Gardner, Ambassador Masood Ahmed Khan, Ross Masood, and Miss Mehtil Gayer. Thank you all. Question number. To sign the MOU, I request Ambassador Austria, Ms. Andrea Vicky, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University Law, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, to take their seats. I request Registrar Minhaj University, Lahore, Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Professor Dr. Khaja Alkama, okay, and Dr. Yasir Khan to join us on stage. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. You have been a great audience. I thank all the panelists of all the sessions and participants and distinguished guests. Lastly, I want to thank Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Registrar Minhaj University Lahore Dr. Khurram Shehzad, and Dr. Yasir Khan for making the dream of political science a reality. Thank you all for your presence.